96 to 91, you saying?
Yeah. From 96 to 91, and UWP 61 to 44.
Those just join in, let's emphasize the Beaufort South again. But we have a new result.
91 to Danny Butcher. David Troy Charles 1, Liana Johannes Paul 44, and Shwamel Shaw 2.
We have from Babano. We have Babano B1B A to Z, the Balata Combined School. John Paul Estefan 50, Titus Preville 27. John Paul Estefan 50, Paul Leo Titus Preville 27.
Which one is that again?
And now we have
updated data. We have 3 boxes now.
Let's go.
Which one is that? The one you just called?
Okay.
No, which one?
is Balata?
That's Balata.
B1?
That is, yes, B1B.
That's A to Z?
Yep.
What is it again? Sorry?
It was 50 for John Paul Estefan and 27 for Titus Preville. But we have also some updated data from the Debara Combined School before A to Z with John Paul Estefan with 123 and Titus Preville with 161.
Repeat the figures.
So Debara Combined School A to Z 123 for John Paul Estefan and 161 for Titus Preville.
161 is the total number of votes cast.
Not yet.
Just review that.
Yes, you're right, Mrs.
Yes,
Nkaffing. Apologies.
exactly.
So Titus Preville under the Debara Primary School, Combined School, 37 votes.
Right.
37 votes, not 161.
And how much for
and
Estefan?
John Paul Estefan 123.
Right.
You have the total.
So we have a total. So
Rizal now gives the total from Babano.
So from the 3 boxes that Rahim just called out, John Paul Estefan has 353 votes, Twasa Seka Twa, and Leo Titus Preville has 141 votes. Yon Sekawat Yon. So John Paul Estefan 353 and Leo Titus Preville 141.
Teddy, that result in Debara is a significant one.
Yeah.
Because 123 for John Paul Estefan.
Yeah.
The last election he got Virginia got 69.
69.
Wow.
And the UWP candidate got 61.
Right.
Titus Preville has gotten 37. So the St. Lucia Labour Party has increased its vote number there by 54, and the UWP has gone down by 24.
Wow.
So that's a significant result, and that is a box.
A bellwether.
It's a bellwether.
That is a bellwether.
That box is a box that was even and has kind of, if I'm not mistaken, has kind of remained even. In 2011 it was 78 to 71. In 2016 it was 66 Labour, 77 UWP. So there is a definite gap that has emerged in this election that was not there in any of the previous elections in Debara. That's a definite move towards the Labour Party in Debara.
We have some from Miku North.
The margin was only
Miku North,
right.
N4, the Miku Primary School, J to L. N4, the Miku Primary School, J to L. You have Elisha Norbert with 61. And the incumbent Jeremiah Norbert with 68.
Okay, so
that is the Miku Primary School, J to L, which is within N4.
And there, it's a mirror image of the last election. The UWP is polling the same number of votes, 61 that it got the last time, and Jeremiah has gotten 2 more votes than he got the last time.
And
so
with the relative stronghold of UWP, even last year with the swing, it remains
68 now, 2 more,
very loyal to UWP.
and then the same amount.
61
for the UWP.
Same number of votes.
Relatively, it has been a good area, strong area for UWP up to last election. Go ahead, right?
Yes, so it is 61 Swasat Yon for Elisha Norbert, Swasat Wit for Jeremiah Norbert. Our independent candidate is yet to register votes. Let me see if there are any updated figures for our other constituencies.
We've seen the constituencies taking shape so far. Of course, great interest. People are messaging like crazy. The one grows delayed.
As soon as we get them, we'll let you know.
We're anxious. Everyone wants to hear from their constituencies. Are coming up very shortly, as we got Central, we got South.
I think this looks like we had one box for Central, right?
Right, yeah.
It's now updated.
Updated.
So Rush Clark now has 102 votes.
Which again, where is that, Raisa? Where?
I will-
the total.
I'm giving the grand total.
Oh, the
but
grand total.
So we'll disaggregate in a moment.
Right.
Stanley Felix has 21, and Richard Frederick, the incumbent, 168. Andrew Matthew has 2 votes. So
That's the total
Right.
so far.
The total so
of
far.
all votes that we've received.
disaggregate. Yeah, so let me disaggregate.
Do the total again.
Yeah.
Central Castries
Okay.
once again. Rush Clark 102. Yonson Day. Stanley Felix 21.
That's in E5. And go ahead.
Is that in a particular box or is that the total?
Probably a particular box.
Is
One
that a
second.
box, Edwin, or overall? The updated.
164 overall from E5, and from E1, 136.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And then you can break down the 136 from E1 into 60 UWP 66. Independent
Right.
Richard Frederick.
So let's get the
And,
total we have so far for Central Castries.
The total for Central Castries is 300 votes cast.
Right, and what the respective figures, Riser? The public needs to be clear on that. The figures we have so far.
just updated again.
So,
Is that again?
Okay, so yeah.
yes, it's updated again. So
The totals, right? We're giving the total.
198 Rush Clark, Stanley Felix 31, Richard Frederick 317,
Correct.
and Andrew Matthew 5.
Okay, and for those people who want to know what the trends are, E1, Carmen Rene, A to G, Stanley Felix 7, Rush Clark 60, Richard Frederick 66, and Andrew Matthew 2. In the Anglican School, E2, A to E, Rush Clark 56, Stanley Felix 7, Richard Frederick 96, Andrew Matthew 2. That same polling division, E2, M to R, Rush Clark 40, Stanley Felix 3, Richard Frederick 53, Andrew Matthew 1. So that is, then we go down to E5, the RC Boys Infant School, E5, R to Z, Rush Clark 42, Stanley Felix 14, Richard Frederick 102. I do not believe Andre Matthew got any votes.
We have some new figures, this time from Grosile.
Usually,
Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42, and that's in one box. I think Dr. Fletcher will disaggregate what box that is for us in a while. So Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42.
So we've been getting results from 9 of the constituencies, and of these, the SLP is leading in 8. All right.
That box,
just to clarify.
Yeah, what Raisa just gave there was A1A, the Grosile Primary School, M to O. A1A, M to O, Kenson Casimir 93, Marcella Johnson 42, 30 rejected ballots. 30 rejected ballots.
and that's, how that compared to the last election? You have an update?
I think Babano also has an update. We have 4 ballot boxes
That's
now
a
counted
lot.
In Babano?
in Babano.
The total so far, give them the total, right?
John Paul Estefan 451 votes, and Leo Titus Preble 179
It's actually updated now, Raisa.
Wow.
It's 583 for John Paul Estefan and 245 for Titus Leo Prevel.
We have some
583 for John Paul Estefan and 245 for Titus Leo Prevel.
we have some from Viewfort North. as
Okay,
well.
I have an update on that also. It's,
On the Babano?
it's 861
Oh my
for
God.
John Paul Estefan and 360 for Leo Titus.
Repeat them
Preble.
figures, repeat them.
For the whole constituency
you
of
have,
Babano,
yeah.
there are 832 votes cast. Oops.
No.
That's the total per candidate. The total
Oh, just the totals per
Yeah.
candidate?
Yes.
So B3,
No, the totals, yeah, so far.
oh, okay. So I have 861 for Estefan, and for Preble,
245.
I have 360.
360. So
Yeah.
you're probably
Repeat
updating
it,
later.
just to be clear. Repeat the totals you have.
The totals I have for Babano at this point, 4 boxes, 861 for John Paul Estefan, SLP, and I have 360 for Leo Titus Preble, UWP.
Right.
View for North.
Before
Yeah,
now.
let's
Yeah.
go to the
So in View for North, L2, the Piero Combined School,
Just now,
MO. So View for North, L2, the Piero Combined School, M to O. You have 112 votes for Moses Jean-Baptiste, and you have 44 votes for Calix Ian Xavier.
Which one is that
So
again?
that is L2, the Piero Combined School, M to O. 112 votes for Moses Jean-Baptiste and 44 votes for Calix Ian Xavier.
We also have data from Castries East from one ballot box. Peter Chico, 14 votes.
Which one is that, Raisa?
Castries East.
Castries
Which
East.
box?
I have to fill in.
Castries
Shortly, I will
East.
give you that update.
do the figures.
Philip Joseph Pierre, 109 votes.
Chico.
So Peter Chico, 14 votes. Philip Joseph
one is
Pierre,
that? We need to know which
109
Sure, I'll
votes.
refresh the other.
Casimir.
And for the Grizzly constituency, we have an additional ballot box added. So we have 2 now, and the count for Kenson Casimir is 173 votes.
And
Marcella
78.
Johnson, and 78 for Marcella
Correct,
Johnson.
yes.
Would that still be in Grosile?
Yeah.
That's Groseley.
Still Grosile.
The-
Grosile town.
The ancillary has,
Ancillary.
I'm not sure if we've done ancillary before, have we?
No, we
No, we have not.
Okay, so for ancillary canneries, we have the Millet Primary School, G2A, with results from A to I. You have Dominic Fede, 59, and Wayne Gerard, 55. So the Millet Primary School, G2A, A to I, Dominic Fede, 59, and Wayne Gerard, 55. You also have in the Tet Shime Human Resource Center, A to I, the Tet Shime Human Resource Center, 8 to I, 68 for Dominic Fede, and 86 for Wayne Gerard. So 68 for Dominic Fede and 86 for Wayne Gerard. So that gives us a total at this point of 127 votes for Dominic Fede and 141 for Wayne Gerard,
Yeah.
being ahead by 14.
Yeah.
Give me those numbers again for the Millet Primary School, A to I, please, Ryan.
Yeah. So for A to I for the Millet Primary School, you have 59 for Dominic Fede and you have 55 for Wayne Gerard.
And Tetshime, A to I was...
And Ted Shime is 68 for Dominic Fede and 86 for Wayne Gerard.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
What's the comparison in just a bit?
Well, the comparison is that the numbers are down. Well, no, it's not possible to compare Tetshime because Tetshime, where in the last election we had A to Z, they've broken it up to A to I and J to Z. So we'd have to wait for J to Z to come in to get an indication of what's happening in Tetshime. But where A to I is concerned, where the SLP vote is 59 and the UWP vote is 55, the SLP vote has gone down by 64.
enough.
No, again, that's not correct because again we had A to Z, so that has also been broken. So it's too early to tell for either one of these 2 polling divisions what is happening.
We have some figures for Denry North.
Henry North?
Yes,
You want me to go ahead with this one?
I will give the grant total and you will break down what box that is.
So, do you want me to do that first?
go
Yeah,
right ahead.
yeah.
Okay. So in Denry North, we have P5, that's the Olio Combined School, H2L.
Yep.
You have 102 for the incumbent, Sean Edward, and you have 96 for Bradley Marcel Fulgence. You have 102 for Sean Edward and 96 for Bradley Marcel Fulgence. That is the Olio Combined School, H2L.
Okay. Sean has basically kept his numbers. He's gone up by 6, and the UWP has gone down by 11.
Yeah. That seems to be a national
Yeah.
thing.
Olio is an area where UWP normally performs well in Olio.
We have some Castries East. I'm not sure if we've done it as yet.
We did one
Olio is usually a bellwether.
More
Olio
boxes?
is kind of has been even the last 2
boxes?
elections.
No,
There's
it
not
was
been much to separate.
Traditionally,
Used to be traditionally,
Traditionally,
yeah, but the last 2 elections has been even.
for Soufrière.
Okay, and also Castries South.
Do you have some more numbers?
Let's do Soufrière. We have an update for Soufrière, Raisa.
Yes, I'll give the total by Rahim gives
Yeah,
us
right.
the box. Emma Hippolyte, the incumbent, has 201 votes. Herod Stanislas, 246 votes.
Okay, so Ryan, can you give us that breakdown?
Yeah, tell me which one we had previously.
We've had Soufriere Infant School.
Okay.
That is R to Z. We've had that
Okay,
one.
so that
That's
means this is
H2.
Soufriere Primary. So in Soufriere Primary, H1, SO to Z,
Right.
70 votes for Emma Hippolyte and 91 for Herod Stanislaus. So 70 votes for Emma Hippolyte and 91 for Herod Stanislaus, which provides Herod Stanislaus with an overall lead of 45 at this point.
So
Yeah, but what in that box H1 is more UWP.
yeah.
Okay.
Right, by about 13%. And those specific name ranges, Emma has actually outperformed in those specific name ranges, even if overall the Soufriere
H1 is the strongest UWP
Yeah, that's
polling division. in
definitely.
Soufriere.
We have three,
Yeah.
three boxes
Yeah.
now. We have some updated figures for Miku North. While Rhyme goes to the breakdown, I'm going to give the grand total of what we have thus far for free ballot boxes. Elisha Norbert, 186 votes. Jeremiah Norbert, 296.
Repeat the overall. Repeat it.
So Elisha Norbert, 186. Jeremiah Norbert, 296.
Overall.
Okay,
So
so give us a
overall,
breakdown,
the breakdown.
Rhyme.
Right.
So the breakdown for the Miku North constituency, N2, the decommissioned Monrepo RC Combined School, A to E, Elisha Norbert 61 and Jeremiah Norbert 100. So that's 61 to Elisha Norbert and 100 to the incumbent Jeremiah Norbert. I think we've done the past year's combined school.
No.
No, we've not?
No.
Okay, so
very important day, the day on which the people of Helen of the West have spoken, this first day of December. And so far, the story is of the SLP so far, under the leadership of Philip J. Pierre, making a strong claim for returning to government. We are not making that call and will not make any call until 8 o'clock when we have a very strong sense
what's
of
happening.
where the votes are going. But for now, it has to be said that the Labour Party, with some interesting exceptions, has been able
And I
to
think the
hold on.
exception would be Soufriere for now.
And so now, for now, that exception is indeed the story in Soufriere. Let's see what other results we've had thus far. We've just crossed the 500 vote threshold in Castries Central, where, as we said earlier, Richard Frederick is at 58% of the vote, now pulling ahead of Ross Clark of the United Workers' Party with 58% of the vote versus 36% of the vote. Stanley Felix, as we said earlier, the Independent, 31%. Now, we are going to quickly then run through some more of that's changing, the situation is changing. I got a very odd signal. You won't see it, but it's telling me this. For Dennery North. Sean Edward, the Education Minister, the incumbent, Labour Party, 336 votes, 58.3% of the vote against his challenger of the United Workers' Party, Bradley Marcel Fulgence, 240 votes, 41% of the vote. And that's with just 3 boxes counted out of 20 in all, 15% of the votes counted thus far. So the mass number is this. The St. Lucia Labour Party, in terms of the popular vote, 4,023 thus far. Just remember, it's about 180 odd thousand total. 4,023 votes, or 49.51% of the vote, against the United Workers' Party, 3,142, or 38.67% of the vote, with NCP, the National Congress Party, 0.09%, And the independents so far among them, 953 votes, or about 11%, 11.73%, call it 12, between friends, of the vote. I must also warn you that this is an utterly meaningless figure in the context of our electoral system. It's first past the post, and any government needs 9 seats, whether working with independents or not, 9 seats in order to win. But the popular vote is still an important indicator of how the night is turning out. And so far, the St. Lucia Labour Party under Philip Joseph Pierre with 4,023 votes accounts for 49.51% of the vote against one Alan Michael Chassanet of the United Workers' Party, 3,142 votes, or about 38.67% of the vote, with Andre Matthew, who leads the NCP, the National Congress Party, polling 7 votes thus far, really negligible in real terms. And the independents, remember that large number of 953 split between the likes of Richard Frederick and Stevenson King, with a few other in there, like your 31 votes, for example, cast in Castries Central, so 11.73% of the vote thus far. But again, that's the popular vote. What really matters is the balance of power, the number of seats.
So, Julius, let's take a look at Castries Southeast, where you have the deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party trying to make a comeback, and he's being challenged by Lisa Joa here, who is
party spokesperson,
the Labour Party spokesperson,
yep,
and senator. And remember, there was a switch there too. She replaced the former minister, the Honourable Joachim Henry, on the ballot. And so she's ahead at this time by 38 votes.
So 55% of the vote for Lisa Joa here, and Guy Joseph, colorful and brash character in St. Lucian politics. Minister under the UWP, and clearly someone who had very strong interest in making his comeback, but trailing thus far with just 5.6% of the total counted, 2 boxes out of 36. So it's still early days yet, and please bear in mind that things can change. But so far, a strong showing for the party communications director, who was appointed just on the 2021 after the election victory to be the party spokesperson, and
she was appointed senator by Honourable Philip J. Pierre, and then
now challenging Guy Joseph. So right now, 55% of the vote for Labour, 44.9% for the Workers' Party in Castries Southeast. And that has been the one to watch thus far. Just to remind you of what we're suggesting are those ones to watch. So we've been talking about Castries Southeast. The other ones that we're talking about this evening, Slare, Babonneau, you just heard there, Dennery North, and Dennery South. And Dennery has, let's see if Dennery has started to report just yet. Dennery South has reported thus far, and we saw Prosper leading, Emile Prosper for Labour, Emile for United Workers' Party leading. Let's look now at Dennery North,
which is the
and in Dennery North, Sean Edward, the incumbent, facing a strong challenge by Bradley Fulgence of the United Workers' Party. But so far, 60%, he's performing as expected for his constituency. I'm sure his party supporters would want to say, and his handlers would want to suggest, against Fulgence of the United Workers' Party with 40% of the vote. It is looking, would you say, so far for the night, to be a replay of 2021? Are we going to make that? This is not a prediction.
A replay, but the Labour Party appears to be doing extremely well in the Babonneau constituency for now. Sean Edward, interestingly enough, won by 281 votes in the last election. Now you're looking at what? 4 boxes being reported, which is about 20%.
Any word thus far from Labrie,
Labrie,
with
which is
Alva
being-
Batiste, the foreign minister, against Laura Jean-Pierre Noël? Nothing so far from Labrie.
But that is a Labour Party stronghold.
Stronghold or not, the people have spoken.
Yes.
They are notorious for saying, strongholds be damned. We're going to kick the incumbent out. Let's look at Choiseul Saltibus, or Choiseul, depending on your preferred pronunciation. Choiseul Saltibus with Keeson Charles and Bradley Felix. And so far,
The United Workers' Party is ahead by 103 votes.
and performing extremely well there against Keeson Charles, challenging Felix for Labour. So that looks, so far, a Workers' Party hold with them leading at 62% of the vote versus 38% of the vote for Labour.
Do we have anything for Mico South?
We had looked at Mico South earlier.
Okay, there it is.
And so let's talk this through. So Mico South, Alain Chastanet, the former Prime Minister, the incumbent, United Workers' Party, 110 votes, 68.3% of the vote. Chandali Harak Singh of the Labour Party, 31.7% of the vote, and that's with just one box counted out of 19 in all. An early night, but so far, success smiling on the face of Alain Chastanet. He should be very happy with how he's performed thus far, considering the amount of work we've gathered he's been putting into getting that constituency in the
United
Workers' Party column. So Mico South, once again, 68.3% of the vote to Shanda Harak Singh, daughter of Leela Harak Singh,
Contested under the Labour Party ticket in 2011, and the United Workers' Party, the candidate at that time was a gentleman by the name of Arsene James, and Arsene James defeated her by 343 votes.
So we have had so far 16 of 17 constituencies, by my count, 16 of 17. It's just Labrie, deep in the southwestern part of the country.
Being represented by the foreign.
Being represented by the foreign minister, but that's yet to report.
Castries South again.
Go back now to Castries South, where it looks
it's a significant lead.
Interesting, where Ernest Hilaire is pulling out again against Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party, with 800 votes, and even 800 votes for Ernest Hilaire, or 68% of the vote, versus Tommy Descartes with 32% of the vote, with his 372 votes, and 10 votes thus far for David Hurd, the independent candidate, 0.8%, if you're interested in the mathematics of that.
Should we
Let's
go back
to
to
Babonneau? And Jean-Paul Estéphan has now crossed the 1,000 vote threshold with 65% of the vote, a strong lead with really 30% of the votes counted, and that is looking like a Labour hold for Jean-Paul Estéphan of the Labour Party against Leo Titus Preville of the United Workers' Party, or Titus Preville, as I'm sure he'd prefer to be called, the ex-permanent secretary. 615 votes for him thus far, 34.7% of the vote. Strong performance there in Babonneau for Labour, and I'm sure that the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister and party leader of Labour must be particularly satisfied with the performance of Kenzin Casimir, who is young. He is literally the Minister for Youth, an exports broadcaster. Kenzin Casimir of the Labour Party with 480 votes, 65.7% of the vote, challenged by Marcella Adela Johnson of the United Workers' Party with just 34.3% of the vote, 251 votes, with 5 boxes out of a massive 63 counted. So it's early
Mr. Casimir,
but so far.
Mr. Casimir ran a vibrant campaign. And the youth certainly were behind him. And I think he will. It's showing that he's doing pretty well tonight. Let's see.
It's an interesting constituency, as we've said repeatedly tonight. It is vast. There are 24,831 people who spoke today, and so far, 8% of them their views are known to us. With
so let's take a look at
600 odd votes thus far.
The boxes being reported. It's a Grosley. Is it the Grosley?
This is the Grosley
primary school. Now, Kenson was born and raised in the town of Grosley.
And again, remember, this is a huge constituency. Kappa State up north, cross Rodney Bay in the west, cross east to Boussijou. There is Grand River in there, Corinth.
There's La Bonne, there's Monchy, Dauphin.
And I would be doing a great disservice to one of our producers, Fernando Letterman, if I didn't give a shout out to Monchy. But yes, absolutely, it is a seat which has vast interest. And as we said before, we could pretty much expect that vast constituency will have another look at in terms of redistricting.
So we have some interesting development here where Emma Hippolyte has pulled ahead. In Soufrière.
So the tables are turned. Emma Hippolyte, who started to underperform, has now shown a strong showing. And that's why it's always important to suggest, to let you know how many of the boxes have been counted. 7 boxes now out of 22, with 56.5% of the vote for Emma Hippolyte, and Herod Stanislas of the United Workers' Party with 44% of the votes thus far counted. So again, Emma Hippolyte, the incumbent, Labour, 56%. Stanislas, Workers' Party, 43%. Let's move now to Choiseul and see what the situation is there now. Keith St. Charles versus John Bradley. John Felix, the incumbent, 328 votes so far, 58% of the vote, 57% of the vote against Keith St. Charles of Labour with 42.7% of the vote. So the Workers' Party is looking to be very much...
So is it a situation where the I think we started our conversation by asking the question, is it would the results be the same as 2021?
And we are of the mind that things are going to change in terms of the balance of power if this trend holds. Alain Chassenet over in Micoud South, the incumbent for the Workers' Party with 65.6%, call it 66% of the vote, 2/3 of the vote, against Chandali Harak Singh of the Labour Party, 110 votes, 34.4% of the vote. So Chassenet comfortably in the lead in Micoud South. In Anse-Laurette Canaries, Dominique Fede challenging Rain Girard, the incumbent for Labour. A close run thing, but still comfortable lead so far for Rain Girard of Labour with 53.8% of the vote, and that's with 4 boxes out of 23 counted thus far.
Castries Central?
Let's move now to Castries Central. And since last we were with our valiant political heroes, Richard Frederick, the incumbent, the independent, pulling ahead so far, a comfortable lead, 61% of the vote, against Rosh Clark of the Workers' Party with 32.6% of the vote. Strong showing by Stanley Felix. This will please all fans of independence everywhere. Those that are...
But there are 2 independent candidates.
For the same party. Interesting. And usually you would think that would pull support away and be a bit of a spoiler.
And that was my concern there. When you have Stanley Felix, as we indicated earlier, he identifies as Labour, but the Labour Party, the St. Lucia Labour Party, went on to endorse Richard Frederick.
So right now, with the SLP comfortably sitting on 50.4% of the popular vote, United Workers' Party with 36.6% of the popular vote, the Independents now 1,900 odd votes, for 12% share. Again, that is the total mass count, the popular vote, utterly irrelevant when it comes to how the balance of power is operated in the House of Assembly. It's first past the post.
So Grosley,
now approaching 1,000 votes there with Kenson Casimir, the youth minister, holding on ahead by 552 votes of Marcella Johnson of the Workers' Party.
70 to 30.
So that is comfortably there.
By
Let's
Mr.
also-
Casimir.
By Kenson Casimir. Let's
go back to Babono for a second. He's ahead by, Mr. Estefan is now ahead by 470 votes.
So Estefan pulling ahead of Preville 61 to 39% of the vote there. In View 4 South, we have Danny Butcher of Labour at 75% showing so far against Liana Johannes Paul of the Workers' Party with 24%, with just 8 votes between the two independents there.
We have 8 ballot boxes having been counted.
Which is roughly about 25, a quarter of the total vote, 8 out of 24 boxes.
Let's look at VA4 North, where you have the health minister, who's also a former minister for agriculture.
So turning to View 4 North, Moses Jean-Baptiste
He's ahead.
is ahead by 74%, to 25% by Calix Xavier of the Workers'
Calix.
Party. Now, he is at 5 boxes.
Yeah, and he's ahead by
out of 17. So let's just bear that in mind, but still comfortable showing for Moses Jean-Baptiste and Labour against the challenge.
And it's a Labour Party. I know you don't like stronghold, but it's in fact.
It's not what I like. It's
It
what
is
the
a Labour
people of-
stronghold.
It's what the people
of St. Lucia decide. But
decided.
it is in fact a Labour Party stronghold.
And this is the thing. I want to come back to that. Let's talk about very briefly. Let's talk about, if we're talking about strongholds, Castries Central, very tight constituency that was created out of the Great Fire of 1948, immortalized by Derek Walcott's city's death by fire,
yes.
and emerged from those ashes, public housing, the market, all of that there, and a safe seat, safest houses for the United Workers' Party until the anointing of the Vaughan Lewis by John Compton.
John Compton. Now, John Compton, Vaughan Lewis was defeated by Sarah Flood Bobra, who went on to join the United Workers' Party. And it was the first seat the Labour Party won in 1997 when there was a 16-1 victory in favor of the St. Lucia Labour Party. So one of the things I'm watching tonight, Sarah Flood Bobra is from the constituency of Deriso, which is Miku South. She, in 1997, when the Labour Party won, she defeated Vaughan Lewis in Castries Central by a mayor. I think it was 58 votes, I think it was. If Ms. Harak Singh is able to defeat the leader of the United Workers' Party this time around, you have 2 women from that constituency of Deriso having defeated leaders, former prime ministers.
Okay, but your fantastic fever dream aside, let's just look back at what is actually on the ground. That is an extraordinary claim to make at this stage, given that Harak Singh is trailing quite considerably.
Okay, so let's go to that constituency. Let's see what's happening there.
To Miku South.
Miku South. He's ahead by 236.
So Chandalee Harak Singh
37.
At 30% of the vote, Alan Shasney at 7.8% of the vote, with 4 boxes out of 19, count about 20% of the total so far counted. The voter turnout there at 7.4%. Again, that's not meaningful until the full total comes in. Castries South, we said just a few minutes ago, approaching 50%. And an interesting 50% with Ernest Hilaire performing
Pretty well.
67% of the vote. Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party, 32.2% of the vote. David Hurd with 11 votes as far. So Ernest Hilaire, Castries South, leading for Labour.
By 682.
Gros-Islet.
Let's go back to Gros-Islet.
Just recapping, Kenzin Casimir.
He's ahead by 766.
So that's an update for you from Gros-Islet. 70% of the vote for Kenzin Joel Casimir and Marcella Johnson of the United Workers' Party, 29% of the vote.
Can we go back to our Babonneau?
It is about time that we look at Babonneau, what's happening there with Jean-Paul and Stéphane, just under 60% of the vote, and again, seemingly doing well against Titus Preville of the United Workers' Party with 40% of the vote. Now, I can tell you that Labrie has begun counting. Down south we go, where the people of that fishing community have spoken, and these numbers are in thus far. With Alva Batiste for Labour at 75% of the vote, leading Laura Jean-Pierre of the United Workers' Party, 60-odd votes. So far, Alva Batiste is doing extremely well in Labrie with Jen. Again, we must point out these are the very earliest returns. One box has been counted, another 16 to go. So a quick comment about Labrie. It's due west of Euphoria. It's a very quaint community. They've had a strong sense of their place as the sort of environmental the stewards of the coast of the southwestern coast of St. Lucia, and I'm wondering to what extent is that going to remain in the Labour camp in the foreseeable future. Given these numbers, it looks like that.
Yes, and I don't think the Labour Party has ever lost the Labrie constituency. There's the gentleman who was the former Governor General of St. Lucia, Sir Neville Snapp. He was, you remember was it 92? When he went over to the United Workers' Party. And so I think that's the only time they were represented by the United Workers' Party. But Alva Baptiste is leading comfortably, and again, it's a Labour Party stronghold.
Indeed. So with the time at 26 minutes away from 8 o'clock, a reminder that at 8 o'clock, St. Lucia Times will make its projection as to which party will form the government. I can tell you now that from our counting, all 17 seats have begun reporting. Yes. And
so we just got a huge dump in Gros-Islet.
One of those is the vast constituency of Gros-Islet. I'll be talking about that quite a bit because I suspect you will find in the next election that there will be, given our looking at that, more than one constituency out of that single constituency thus far. But Kenzin Casimir, the youth minister, for the Labour Party, with 68% versus Marcella Johnson of the Workers' Party.
But interestingly enough, I was in line this morning waiting to vote. I voted at the Corinth Secondary School. A significant number of voters there were women. So I know that we don't get a breakdown in terms of what percentage. I would love for us to see that data. But
one of these days when we have exit polling and so on,
yes,
we'll be able to do
we'll
that. But for now, we can't really tell.
Yes, but from what I saw, there was a significant number of women standing in line to vote. Is it because of the policies now that they voted in favor of the young man here? Is it the Labour Party policies where they're now paying CXCs for young persons? There's a free laptop program, and you have a significant number of women in our country that are single parents. So what happens?
But again, the candidate challenging the youth minister
is a woman.
Just I just wanted to put that out there. Marcella Johnson of the United Workers' Party.
But again, it speaks to is it the policies of the Labour Party that would cause you to gravitate towards them?
But there's policy, and when we're rejoined at 8 o'clock by Peter Wickham and joined by our other analyst of the evening, Raheem Augustine, we will look at policy. But there's also been a lot of personality, and we've been speaking to that up and down the country of people who have made a difference based on connections. Some have made a dent, some really haven't performed, but there has been that character. We've talked about the situation in Miku South. So there is that kind of
let's go
duality of both policy and personality at play. So right now, with about 26% of the vote, 5 boxes out of 19, Chandelier Harrison of the Labour Party is trailing Alan Chastanet of the United Workers' Party, 68.7% for Chastanet, 31% for Harrison. And that trend seems to be holding throughout, and it seems from this end that on current form, with just 26% of the votes counted, a lot of work would have to be done by Chandelier Harrison to recover and to get first past the post in Miku South against
But again,
Chastanet.
where are the votes coming from?
Well, if you look down, you can see that
We have
so far, Tiroche Multipurpose Center is in. I can't see as well as you can.
Yeah,
fine
so
print, but,
we're going Lacouville.
I'll trust
no,
your words.
Lacouville is not here in yet. Angers, Deriso.
Deriso Combined School
Is
is
not
not yet in. Blanchard Combined School still no word from them.
outstanding.
So it's still very, very early days. But talk very briefly about the Deriso factor from your point of view in that constituency.
Well, Ms. Harrison came from, her mom is well known in that community. She's from the Deriso community, a registered nurse. She's also a medical doctor. So, and again, we spoke to her mom having contested under the Labour Party banner several years ago.
But Chandelier Harrison will need to do more than just one polling district in order
Yes.
to beat that deficit.
There's a,
Now,
Mr. Gittins.
we are having, just quickly for a moment, let's look at some very early celebrations by supporters of the Labour Party. We're gathering in the capital, celebrating ahead of schedule, awaiting the
All right, so
but let's
do we
have
have
a
live,
look.
do you have live
Let's have a
coverage
look
of it?
at some of those situations.
Are you suggesting it's premature?
It's for the people to tell us, but you can see the red flags and stars being waved on current form. The Minister of the Party supporters must be very pleased with the turnout thus far, but we do see in one constituency, do we not, one particular instance where UWP had been performing very well, and that is the constituency of Choiseul, where Bradley Felix, the incumbent, has been managing very comfortably to hold on. But again, 5 boxes out of 23, still close because Keith Charles has posed a strong challenge. 459 votes to 507. That's a lead of how many votes? 48 votes. 48 votes. 48% of the vote to Keith St. Charles, 53% to Bradley Felix. It's going to be a close run thing so far, but it is an indication that we may at the end of this evening have a situation where the United Workers' Party will have, at least so far, more than 2 seats in the House of Assembly in this current trend.
Okay,
but,
the third?
well, we can't really count any of these constituencies. So I
All right, so Emma Hippolyte is ahead by 133 votes.
Again, a situation where so far holding off, still a very strong challenge for Harris Stanislaus of the United Workers' Party.
Yes.
Again, we've seen some shifts so far, but it's a question of whether they will hold. Let's now look at Dennery South.
I don't think it has changed.
We haven't had an update so far from there. But just to quickly tell you, Paul Prosper of Labour, 63% of the vote. Benson Emile, 38% of the vote there for the Workers' Party in Dennery South.
Let's go to Dennery South. Oh, no, we were in Dennery South. Let's go to Dennery North. Dennery North. So we look at the deputy, second deputy leader of the St. Lucia Labour Party is ahead by 279 votes.
So 57% of the vote for him, 43% for Bradley Fulgence of the United Workers' Party. That's the situation. If you are hearing any loud whistles, it's not us. There are party supporters blowing horns. Blowing whistles. I can't tell you who they are for. The people of St. Lucia blew the whistle at 6 o'clock this evening, and we're going to find out exactly what they have said. We have been finding out, but we'll know exactly when this night is done who's blown the whistle entirely on.
But it would be interesting to hear some of the comments on in the chat room. Do we have some comments? Predictions?
Any personal attacks are completely warranted, I'm sure, but we won't have any time to get to those this evening.
I'm sorry? Oh, that's all they're doing. So
there's a lot of
which is
slogan
what's it? It's a code. The mode is red. The code is yellow. So that's about it.
So all of the constituencies have begun reporting. We have not yet seen a clear majority of the votes counted in any constituency thus far, but that is going to change in a matter of minutes. We would suspect that between now and the top of the hour, you're going to have a clear calling of votes. One seat that is nearing that 50% threshold is Babonneau, where Jean-Paul Estefan of the Labour Party
has been able to maintain that lead.
Maintaining a lead against Titus Prevost of the Workers' Party. Labour, 60%, Workers' Party, 40%. And that has been the path so far. It has not been a point where the Workers' Party has managed to swing that dial in its favor thus far in the rural constituency of Babonneau. So the situation is right now with just over almost 3,000 votes out of a total electorate, we have to tell you, of 12,905, but still, we're talking about 50, call it nearly 60% for Jean-Paul
Estefan to
the Labour Parties,
to the
Workers' Party,
yes.
Titus Prevost. Now,
the Prime Minister's constituency.
Let's have a look now at Castries East, where
the Prime Minister
here is at, just roughly speaking, 78%, 79% of the vote against Peter Chico of the United Workers' Party, 21%. So the Prime Minister comfortably ahead for the Labour Party, I should say the leader of the Labour Party, comfortably ahead. We know who the Prime Minister is sometime tomorrow when they're sworn in at Government House. But for now, Philip Joseph Pierre is
doing very well.
He should be very satisfied with his performance as the leader of his party, as the incumbent, as the immediate past Prime Minister. I've never heard that phrase. We're going to try that now. But he's still actually constitutionally the Prime Minister until the new Prime Minister is sworn in. And at this point, with 10 of the 33 boxes having been counted, he stands comfortably with 1,051 votes, ahead only by 769 votes by Peter Dennis Chico of the United Workers' Party, 21% of the vote. So that's the situation with the Prime Minister's constituency, Castries East.
All right, so let's go back to Choiseul to see what's happening there.
So Keith St. Charles
has taken the lead.
So you've now seen a swinging of the pendulum for Keith St. Charles of the Labour Party with 52% 52.7% of the vote against John Bradley Felix's 574 votes, or 47.3% of the vote. Once again, Keithson Charles of Labour challenging, so far leading for Labour at 53% of the vote. Felix, Workers' Party incumbent, 47.3% of the vote. So Felix, the incumbent, trailing the challenger by about 66 votes, with a quarter of the votes counted in Choiseul.
Let's go to neighboring Choiseul to see what's happening there.
But you just looked at the neighboring.
No, Soufrière, neighboring Soufrière.
You're gonna get the hate mail, not me for that, or the bad social media posts. So Soufrière,
I should know better, right?
Soufrière Hippolyte of Labour, 53%, holding on against Stanislaus of the Workers' Party, 46.7% of the vote. So once again, Emma Hippolyte, who was underperforming at the start of this race, has now gone past Harris Stanislaus with 948.
Okay, so let's go down to Castries Southeast. So Lisa is ahead by 104 votes.
So Lisa Jarahir of the Labour Party, 56.6% of the vote. And we now can tell you that the Labour Party's senator and spokesperson, the young woman against the old stager Guy Eardley Joseph, is ahead. Joseph trailing by 105 votes thus far, with just 4 boxes out of 36 counted.
All right.
In Dennery North, Sean Edwards, the incumbent, is ahead by 275 votes. That 279 votes. That amounts to 57%.
That has since changed. That number has since changed.
From Bradley Fulgence.
That number has since changed.
Thanks for updating me. So we are now at Sean Edward, incumbent, Education Minister, Labour Party, 54.4% of the vote. Bradley Fulgence has shown a slight improvement, 45. Oh no, he's not changed really. 45.6. So no change there for Dennery North. Once again, Sean Edward, 54.4%. Bradley Fulgence, Workers' Party, 45.6%.
Nothing has changed in Labrie.
In Labrie, this is the count started to come in about just a few minutes ago, and Alva Batiste of the Labour Party comfortably ahead in that Labour stronghold at 75.6%, and Laura Jean-Pierre of the Workers' Party trailing by 24%.
Vieux-Fort South.
Now let's look at Vieux-Fort South, where Danny Butcher of Labour is strongly ahead right now with 79% of the vote, against a challenge by Liana Johannes Paul of the Workers' Party with 20% of the vote. So a lead of about 1,000. It is a sizable
1,000. 1,152.
1,152 for Danny Butcher for Labour. What's your sense of where things are headed overall? Let's just step back a bit. Looking at how things were in 2021, and fast forwarding, looking at what we're seeing so far. I'm going to ask you to put your neck on the block with 10 minutes to go before we make our projection. Where do you think the performance of the two major parties has been?
It takes me back to 1997.
That's an interesting
assessment.
Kenny, yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Under the leadership of Dr. Anthony.
Yeah.
The Labour Party won 16-1.
You're not suggesting that that's going to be a repeat, based on what you're seeing so far.
Based on what I'm seeing so far.
And again, we're also suggesting that the two independent candidates,
based on the figures that are being reported, it appears that they will prevail.
The two major independent candidates, just to remind you, are Richard Frederick
and Stevenson King, who is the former Prime Minister of St. Lucia.
So that is the situation right now. All of the seats have started to report. and very clear trends are showing in the direction of the Labour Party, with one particular challenge of the United Workers' Party. Let's look back at that. Before we look back at that other challenge we was talking about, in Muku South, Alan Chasney, 62% of the vote, ahead by a very large margin, 467. Shanda Lee Harrick Singh of Labour, 761 votes, or 38% of the vote. Looking very comfortably for Alan Chasney at this stage, with 11 of the 19 boxes counted. And that has to be said is as near as you can get to a declaration for that constituency, which we will hope to start calling at the top of the hour, for not just the constituencies, but for which party will form the government. In View 4 North, Moses Jean-Baptiste, the incumbent there for Labour, at 74% of the vote. Khalid Xavier of the United Workers' Party, 336 votes, or 26.1% of the vote.
Which is 7 boxes.
With 7 boxes out of 17 counted so far. A word about Moses Jean-Baptiste and Khalid Xavier.
Moses Jean-Baptiste is no stranger. He's the former agriculture minister. He's the he also served as the health minister. Khalid Xavier is a retired police officer who decided to challenge Moses Jean-Baptiste, and I'm not sure that he was much of a threat to the Labour Party's Moses Jean-Baptiste.
With a colourful nickname that captured people's imagination, at least. It's certainly good for headlines.
You're keeping abreast of what's happening in St. Lucia.
I think that's why they asked me to
serve as the moderator.
Anyway,
yes.
The point is that there's going to be quite a lot of work for him to arrest the clear lead of
Moses Jean-Baptiste. Yeah.
Now, let's go to Grosile, where out of 63 boxes, 22 have been counted.
No, 22, yeah.
Yeah, 22 have been counted. Kenzen Joel Casimir of the Labour Party, 68% of the vote. Marcella Johnson of the Workers' Party, 33% of the vote. So once again, Kenzen Casimir, the incumbent for Labour, 68% against the challenger, Marcella Johannes
Leons.
Marcella
Johnson, sorry.
Pardon, that's 33% of the vote. Again, you were making the point that as a youth minister, he was able to capture the imagination of the large number of women that you saw when you went to cast your votes in Corinth.
Yes. And also the youth vote. He serves as the youth minister and also the sports.
But let's look back at the youth vote, because I was here on the cusp of the 2021 election, and there's a good reason to call the general election campaign in St. Lucia Carnival 2.0. You've got the buses, you've got the trucks, and you've got young people en masse.
And then there was, in his case, this time around, there was a very catchy, the boss of the North and child.
But not to be done back in 2021,
right.
Everybody was expecting, that whole vote flambeau, and that seemed to be a constant refrain all throughout, blocking traffic, as they said, all of those motorcades. And then you end up with the result that you had, an extraordinary rejection of the United Workers' Party government. So to what extent is the youth vote as reliable, just looking on the face of it, in terms of they're obviously very active, very vocal, but do they really speak in the ballot box?
Yes, and I think he was able to bring them out. And as I indicated yesterday, I observed the motorcade and the young voters who came out. Now, the concern was, do you think they'll show up today? And they did. And it appears that they did in favor of Mr. Casimir. And so, but again, he's personable. He's able to connect with the voters. So that augured well for him.
But now, at a national level, to what extent is the youth vote going to be an issue or factor in the next election?
Very good, very. In the next election also, but going back to 2021, the minute the Labour Party identified Mr. Kasimi as its candidate, what happened? You saw the youth vote because he was the youngest candidate at the time.
Yes.
And so he was able to help the youth gravitate closer towards the St. Lucia Labour Party.
Right. I can tell you now that Dennery North.
Are we 4 minutes away from your prediction?
We are 4 minutes away from St. Lucia Times projection for winning this election. We'll be joined hopefully by Peter Wickham, the noted pollster, with that. Dennery North, the situation in Dennery North is as follows. With Sean Edward, the incumbent, the Education Minister for Labour, at 57% of the vote. Bradley Fulgence of the Workers' Party, 43% of the vote. That is just over half.
That was a
of the
highly
boxes
contested seat, by the way. And I think Fulgence, I for a second thought the election was being held in that constituency simply because of the persons that were able to, both sides were able to get out.
Can we go very briefly to the heart of Castries, to Jeremy Street and Castries Central? We have pictures coming in of some more Labour Party supporters already jubilant, smelling victory for the Labour Party in Castries Central.
Where Richard Frederick is ahead comfortably, that is, by 542 votes.
So remember at the very start of the night, Richard Frederick had a very strong challenge from the Workers' Party's candidate in that particular box. But now, with exactly half of the boxes
Yes,
counted,
50%, yes.
12 out of 24 polling districts reporting, this is the state of play. Richard Frederick, the incumbent, independent, at 60.8% of the vote. That is a lead of 542 votes against Ross Clark of the United Workers' Party with 31.2% of the vote. Stanley Felix, the independent candidate who we've spoken about earlier this evening, 138 votes. He'll be very happy with himself, I'm sure. Definitely all members of his family would have voted for him. And for Andre Robert Matthew, the New Congress Party, 10 votes. But so far, Richard Frederick comfortably ahead with even Stevens in terms of the votes.
So the footage we have is from Castries Central, I reckon?
Jeremy Street
to be exact. And so they're celebrating in that area.
Now remember, again, because Richard Frederick is canvassing for Labour as an independent candidate. And so that's the picture as we approach 8 o'clock. And in a moment, we'll be joined by Peter Wickham, and we will make the St. Lucia Times projection as to which party will form the next government. But very quickly before that, as we get ready to make contact with Peter, let's just tell you that with 15 of the 23 boxes counted in Castries South, Ernest Hilaire, the incumbent, sits comfortably at just over 2/3 of the vote, 67%, against Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party, 32.6%, with 15 votes for the independent David Hurd. Once again, Ernest Hilaire, Tourism Minister for Labour, the last government, 67% of the vote, a challenge comfortably ahead by nearly 1,000 votes ahead of Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party.
So let's go to the Prime Minister's constituency, Castries East.
And earlier we saw a strong showing so far by Philip J.
The Prime
Pierre.
Minister is ahead by 1,278 votes.
So with 48.5% of the votes in, Philip Pierre, 78%, Peter Chico of the United Workers' Party, 22.2%. Again, the Prime Minister, 77.8% against Peter Chico at 22.2%. So Philip Joseph Pierre, age 71, is comfortably looking at being returned in his constituency.
For a sixth time.
And now we're joined by Peter Wickham, and we can, in a moment, we'll just give us a few moments where we can make that projection and have Peter, who's been looking at the figures coming in so far, to make that announcement. This is Decision 2025, St. Lucia Votes from the St. Lucia Times. I'm Julius Giddens, alongside Jeremy Hyacinth, and we'll be joined in a moment by Peter Wickham as we make the projection as to which party will form the government. Will it be the St. Lucia Labour Party under Philip J. Pierre, or will it be the United Workers' Party led by Alan Chastanet? Just before we go to make that announcement, let's quickly cross to Choiseul, where the Labour Party candidate, Keith Charles, just ahead of Bradley Felix of the United Workers' Party. So the incumbent for the Workers' Party is in trouble in Choiseul. 46% for Bradley Felix, but 54% for Keith Charles. So that's the first toss of the coin that we could possibly suggest is going to happen, but that's only with 7 boxes counted of 25.
So again, my prediction was 1990. We go back to 1997. So it would be interesting to hear from Peter.
Of 16-1.
So let's hear from Peter Wickham.
Can he? Let's find out if he can join us just yet. We can now join.
I'm here.
Peter. So Peter, you've been looking at the numbers. Let's make that projection based on your figures coming in and how they match up against 2021.
Yeah, I was just listening to a part of the conversation with your other panelists and the idea of 61. I think this is what you were
Yes,
proposing.
I projected Peter.
Yeah. No, I mean, it seems entirely likely. The question as to who will win now, I think I'm clear that it will be a St. Lucia Labour Party government. So you have, for the first time in the new century, St. Lucia has retained a government twice. So that's a significant achievement for Prime Minister Pierre. I think it's fairly clear that he's coming back. The level of swing that we're seeing is around 4%. And it's interesting that you mentioned the Choiseul seat. So the question is, SLP maintaining the seats it currently has, none of them that I can see appear to be under significant pressure. So if they maintain their seats, the question is Choiseul and Micoud South, which of those two could fall? And all appearances from the swing I'm seeing in the votes that have already been counted, Choiseul has lost some support, and it is essentially marginal now to the point where it may very well go. If he's able to win it, he's going to win it by the smallest majority possible. But as it stands now, the swing in Choiseul is 4%, which is what
You predicted
I believe
earlier
is needed
today.
for it to be locked. So, yeah, you said 1997.
Yes.
And it's interesting that it appears as though history may very well repeat itself
You sound
in
very
a slightly
intrigued.
different way.
You sound very intrigued by that number 16-1. And then again, it is bucking a trend that the St. Lucia voter has been setting ever since 2001 of tossing the incumbents out and replacing them. And I wanted to talk a bit about that for a moment. To what extent has there been, for the better part of this century, just frustration with whoever's in power? As again, quoting Bob Marley, all governments are illegal. Doesn't matter who's in, let's toss them out. To what extent has there been an actual shift? And what do you suggest, given this historic night where St. Lucia Times can now project that United Workers' Party will not form the next government, the St. Lucia Labour Party will do so, again, bucking that trend of being tossed out. To what extent is that, what does it really say about the mind of the St. Lucia voter on this day, this first day of December 2025?
Yeah, I think the history is important, and it's interesting that the first person that said this was Alan Chastanet, and he was very clear in his mind that there was an interruption of a predictability in terms of St. Lucia elections that occurred around the time that Compton left politics, the first time. He left politics, he installed a successor, the successor didn't work out, and then, essentially it was all downhill from there. Dr. Anthony interrupted that. He came in, he was able to win almost all the seats, and there was a landslide in his favor. But he made the mistake of persisting for 3 terms, and I think that was really where the challenge came. He persisted for 3 terms. I think solutions at that time were comfortable with the idea of 2. He attempted to get 3 and failed in that regard. And it would have gone smoothly had John Compton not died. I think the expectation was that people elected him with the assumption that he would, in his first term transition, identify a leader that was as popular as him. But he died before anything could happen, and the alternation was interrupted. And I think that at that point, both parties, quite frankly, have been looking for the Messiah, and the UWP especially. They looked and they thought that they had found that person in Alan Chastanet, and he didn't work out. Clearly, it wasn't Stevenson King. So the conversation goes back to the St. Lucia Labour Party to see whether the St. Lucia Labour Party can produce a Messiah, a Kenny Anthony-like type of person to be able to lead them out of the wilderness after Kenny Anthony failed in the second time around. And, I don't know whether we can say that Pierre is the Messiah, but I think that certainly he has given the opportunity to have the two-term cycle back. And that is, for me, a very, very interesting development.
To what extent, Peter, did politicians in St. Lucia, regardless of how you look at it, finally get the message that they've got to make the most of that term and perform? And we can see so far in a number of things that was then finishing the St. Jude's Hospital.
St. Jude's Hospital,
which was
one of the main issues.
Really turned out to be a cancer on the former UWP administration. To what extent, and a number of other fiscal measures and so on, tax measures as well. To what extent did he get the message? You've got to perform, you've got to deliver if you want to get a second term. And never mind this thing about we don't like incumbents. The fact is that if you want, there is a message tonight which says if you actually do the work and deliver, you can get reelected. Disagree or agree with that assessment?
Yeah. I agree with your assessment, but I also want to add that Pierre, and I was saying just now in another conversation that he's been dealing with some soft issues. Alan Chastanet's approach was to deal with hard issues: construction, infrastructure, notoriously slow and notoriously difficult to deliver in 5 years. While the Pierre approach would have been to deal with some soft issues. What seems to have resonated with a lot of people is, like some of these small things like education. You say it's a small thing, but it makes a huge difference. And the promise of broadening that net. And I'm sure you guys have spoken about that during the course of the night. My sense is that stuff like that, you can deliver that fairly quickly.
Yes.
And, it has impact on people. And I always tell, my clients in politics, you touch a woman's children's education positively, and that person will love you for life.
We spoke
because
about that
is one of the untapped secrets or poorly kept secrets in the Caribbean that people love their children, they love their education, and that's something that I think will resonate positively, and you can do it quickly. It doesn't take a building to construct and finish and so on, and I think that this administration has identified as defined itself by not being fascinated by infrastructure the way the previous one was.
And of course, the other thing is, the other lesson is you can actually raise the VAT and still get reelected.
Yeah, there you go.
But I don't think he raised the VAT. It was a 2.5% levy.
Nicely put, Jeremiah. Tell that to Granny in Chazelle when she goes to the market. It was only 2.5%.
I just want to ask Peter one question. What were your thoughts on last night's closing speeches? Were you able to view the two?
To be honest, I didn't view the two, but I've heard enough of both leaders during the course of the election campaign to kind of know where they were going.
To what extent do closing arguments make a difference?
Yeah. No, honestly, I think that this decision was made before. I did quite a bit of polling in this election campaign cycle, and more so than I've ever done before in St. Lucia. And you had initially, this was the scenario where the SLP was doing reasonably well. Tracking it right through the election campaign up until yesterday, there was still a sense that, the SLP was doing reasonably well. So the campaign has been able to maintain and sustain the level of excitement. I think the calling of the campaign or the calling of the election so suddenly was perhaps a good thing, and it was able to help the SLP to maintain their momentum.
Momentum, indeed.
So I would say that this was one in which I could say that there didn't seem to be a huge amount of movement in the course of the campaign, and certainly there was nothing that was earth-shattering or anything that was said on the last night that would have changed the course of things. I think people decided this is what they're going to do. The election campaign massaged it, along the way. I think certainly former Prime Minister Chastanet entrenched himself in a position that said he's a different person, he's a changed man. And ultimately, that would have sealed the fate, and that was a decision that was taken a long time ago.
Let's look at Chazelle, because so far, we talked earlier about visions of a 16-1 route, but so far, Bradley Felix of the United Workers' Party is holding on at 50% of the vote against Keith St. Charles, 49.7%, with 52% now, 13 of the 25 boxes counted. Your thoughts on Chazelle?
Yeah, the thing with Chazelle is that while there's a lead, the lead is there's been a swing in every single box. And, there's still a lot to be counted, which means that there's still adequate time for the pace to be picked up. With the swings that I was seeing before when I was in front of the computer using my predictor tool of a 4%, you can have a very narrow victory either way. But ultimately, it's clear that he's struggling at this point in time. A 4% swing in his favor ultimately puts the seat on a 51-49 in either direction. So that's what we've been seeing. Even though there is a technical lead now, just bear in mind that has a lot to do with the uncounted ballots and the level of improvement that you've seen in the boxes that have already been counted.
So the projection thus far is either 13 or 14 seats to the United Workers, to the St. Lucia Labour Party, 2 seats to the incumbents, Frederick and King, who will caucus with Labour, and 1 seat thus far, clearly for the party leader of the United Workers' Party, Alan Chastanet, with the toss-up now being Felix in Chazelle.
Yeah. And that's interesting to me because I heard so much about a potential Chastanet loss, but he seems to have been able to resist. And I mean, we spoke about that initially, the Miku South reality. He seems to have been able to hold it off. And you were saying the family tradition was, that was the one that was being talked about. I don't know, there's still some counting to do there, but I'm not persuaded that the negative swing is significant enough to be able to pull back, because there's a whole 17% that they need to pull back there, which is going to be difficult to do.
But spare a thought, though, for the showing of the first-timer, Chandali Harak Singh of the Labour Party with 41% of the vote against Chastanet 60%. Does that mean anything to you?
As Chair's thought in terms of what? The fact that the hill that he has to claim?
Yes, because as we understood it, he's had to pour a lot of resources into holding on to that seat, into gaining, holding on to that seat. As a party leader, it's not usually the case, is it?
I mean, it's not usually the case, but if he did it and he won, and he saved the 1 seat that the party has, I would say that's a pretty good thing for him. But it speaks volumes that he had to do it in the first place. No, the reality is that if he does not pull off a victory this time, Chastanet is toast. And I don't know that whether he's in Parliament or out is going to make a difference, quite frankly, because I think he's toast regardless. If he's in Parliament, of course, he has the seat and he has to hold on for the time being. But if he's in Parliament, it ultimately means that he just has to manage the transition while being leader of the opposition and the sole member of Parliament. And I don't know how well he would do that, but ultimately that's essentially what he needs to do. So for me tonight, the victory in his seat would be great for him, but I think that he needs a victory overall in order to cement his position as leader of the UWP. If he is not successful tonight as leader of the UWP, I think that the party is going to look to alternative leadership. And in the course of the campaign, we saw Gail Rigobert. She stepped up at the last minute, and she declared her Flabo root and identity. My sense is that I just wonder whether they're smelling blood in the water, and any others around, because clearly there's going to be leadership conversation and there's a vacancy. So that speaks volumes, and a lot of people saw that endorsement as an indication that she had a come to Jesus moment. I think what she may have had is a level of intuition that if I'm correct, a level of intuition that suggests that there's a leadership contest in the offing, and it makes a lot of sense to be on the right side in this occasion.
No, he answered the question, because the conversation tomorrow, who leads the United Workers' Party? And it's certainly not going to be Michael Chastney.
Even if he wins the seat.
Even if he wins the seat, and he said it, he's toasted. That's it, he's done.
Because he's not carried the government.
He has not. And the interesting thing is, on the ground, Peter, there was a conversation about the emergence of a Tommy Descott and the favorite guy from Castries North, as possible successors to Alan Chastney. But it would be interesting to see if it's the 16-1 that I predicted, and if he goes into Parliament. I certainly, if I were a leader of the United Workers' Party, I'd resign effective immediately and cause a by-election. Peter,
you win.
Yeah, that might be a bit dangerous, because then the Labour Party makes that thing too. So
right. I think
it's the same conversation that we had in St. Vincent and Grenadines last week in a different way.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people have said the same thing, that Dr. Gonzalez should give the opportunity for a new person to be elected to the seat and whatnot. But I can't say that I would encourage Dr. Gonzalez to throw that seat in the ring, because in this kind of environment, you may very well lose that too. And I think that here in St. Lucia, Dr. Gonzalez is not Alan Chastney in terms of the kind of leader. And the margin that Alan Chastney is winning by, if he does win, is not going to be what Prime Minister Gonzalez would have won by. So I think that it's a slightly different conversation, and while it might make a lot of sense for him to give the party the opportunity to win the seat, I think that he needs to hold on to it for the time being. If he lost it tonight, to be honest, it might give him the opportunity to gracefully bow out of politics. But if he wins it, it means then he has to suffer the indignity of looking for a new leader while he's leading from the opposition in Parliament, which is it's going to be a difficult thing to do, but we have to see how it goes.
we're nearing a result from Micoud North, the Battle of the Norberts. Elisha Norbert of the United Workers' Party and Jeremiah Norbert of the Labour Party, with Jeremiah Norbert of Labour at 57% of the vote, so far ahead of Norbert of Workers' Party, 43%, with Marius Wilson, the Independent, with 5 votes. So that's with 90% of the votes counted there in Micoud North. Elisha Norbert is trailing Jeremiah Norbert with 57% for Jeremiah Norbert of Labour, and Workers' Party's Elisha Norbert at 43% of the vote there.
Yeah.
So if you've just joined us, just a moment, just to recap, the United Workers' Party is on course to failing in its bid to challenge. St. Lucia Times is projecting that the next government will be formed by the last government, where Philip J. Pierre will, in all likelihood, be returned to office come tomorrow, sworn in as Prime Minister again, bucking that trend that had been set since the 1997 to 2001 consecutive wins of Dr. Kenny Anthony for the Labour Party. So Keith and Charles, looking at the situation in Chazelle, Charles of Labour at 50%, 50.7% of the vote, pushing ahead of Bradley Felix of the United Workers' Party at 49.3% of the vote. So again, a close run thing. 16 ballot boxes out of 25, so that's 64%. And again, Peter, you've been talking about this thing going seesaw in Chazelle, and that seems to be bearing out so far. Once again, 50.7% for Keith St. Charles of Labour, just a 43%, a 43 vote lead against Bradley Felix of the Workers' Party with his 1,617 votes. Keith St. Charles,
16 out of 25 boxes.
16 out of 25 ballot boxes counted, and at 49.3% to Keith St. Charles, 50.7. Your thoughts there again on Chazelle?
Yeah. I mean, it's working out as I expected. And to be honest, this is becoming the battleground of the election. I mean, we were looking at the 5-week SLP seats and thinking that they would be the battleground. But now we're having a conversation about Chazelle being the battleground and it being on a knife edge. My sense is that at this stage, it is looking like the Labour Party will take it. I mean, if I put my head on the block, it seems like they may very well capture that seat too. So I'm getting a sense that, it's 1997 all over again. That seems to be the way it's going because, when you're on a swing like this, it usually means, one thing, and that would be a narrow victory for the St. Lucia Labour Party. But a narrow victory or victories is still smelling sweet.
Well, we're hearing some sirens
and then
going off in the distance. It sounds like the kind of sirens you hear when a party leader is being ferried to party headquarters to give a victory speech. That kind of sound being generated where we are at the southern end of Viboutet. So it's very likely that somebody by the name of Philip J. Pierre is heading to
Government House.
Not to Government House. That happens tomorrow. To party headquarters. Thank you very much for
can't wait to Governor General. Yeah.
Right. Well,
but Julian, I'm gonna leave you now. But I think that at this point we can say that we have a clear indication of what the victory is likely to be, either a strengthened majority for the SLP or the same as last year. And I think it's also going to be an early night for us as well, because I'm impressed that Hapase, we have a fair enough, pretty clear indication. I'm also hearing sirens where I am now, which means that they're making their way up this side. So perhaps we will hear something shortly in terms of some better concession from one of the two leaders.
Right. Peter Wickham, many thanks for joining us. And we look forward to the next time we meet in another Caribbean country to look at reading the tea leaves there.
But before we go, what if it's a by-election in St. Lucia? Peter, over to you.
A by-election in St. Lucia? Not likely. I don't think. Yeah. Not in Microsoft. My feeling is no.
Triggered by a resignation that is so far the figment of the very fertile imagination of my co-analyst here.
Good one. Have a good one.
Thank you very much, Peter, for joining us. Peter Wickham of Caribbean Development Research Services, our cadres, the noted pollster who has been looking at the numbers and working with his own prediction model, of which we've been taking full advantage here at the St. Lucia Times. The St. Lucia Times is projecting that Philip J. Pierre has more than Pip passed. Pip is likely to be the next Prime Minister. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss, as he will more than likely head to Government House to be elected. But an extraordinary development tonight. The people of St. Lucia, as I've suggested to you, are the really characters of this drama. And tonight they've said, we are now willing to toss the incumbents out motive or feeling or notion. For the first time in this century, a party has been able to hold on to power, and it is going to be the St. Lucia Labour Party. Again, repeating what happened in 1997 and again in 2001, but not since. And that's an extraordinary development because the extraordinary strength of the voice of the St. Lucian voter is something that the politicians have not taken lightly this time around, and it seems to be paying off for the incumbent in a way that it hadn't done for the previous, 4 or 5 election cycles.
you have to give it to the Prime Minister, a likable gentleman who listens to the regular. Look, there was a situation in the involving a family in Grosley, the Montoot family, and for years they'd been fighting for what was due to them regarding some lands in close in the Pigeon Island, in the vicinity of Pigeon Island, in Grosley, and he solved it. He was able to help the family get what's due to them. And that's just the person he is. You give it to...
Spider Montoot's old stopping ground.
And interestingly enough, Spider is a Montoot. It's the same family. And so it took Philip J. Pierre. I'm just using that as one example because it came up in the campaign a few days ago. But he's truly a likable gentleman who cares deeply about the welfare of St. Lucian and connects pretty well with voters wherever he goes.
He just did the common sense political calculus.
That is correct.
If you're in power, make the most of your time.
And remember what he says, people first. That has always been his mantra.
Or to what extent has he just been successfully wrong-footing the United Workers' Party by calling the election at a time when it's clearly taking advantage of a party that did not have the kind of machinery that it did show back in 2016.
16. Very, very. Now, again, at the time, it's alleged that the Labour Party, the United Workers' Party, was heavily funded, and the Labour Party was struggling, and so hence the reason why you had a Chastain-led administration. But Philip J. Pierre has won that. When he started off as leader of the Labour Party, of course, you had folks who had their doubts, but he has proven to them that he's able to help St. Lucia. Now, it's the hospital, for example. You spoke about the hospital. You spoke about I call it the 2.5 tax the levy.
Yes.
But you said it's VAT.
It's VAT. It's a VAT increase.
Yeah.
For all intents, it's a tax.
Right.
And it's a tax raise. And it's not just, it goes after like the top 10%. It's across the board.
Right.
Everybody has to pay. Granny in Chazelle and Uncle Joe in Dennery has to pay. So that kind of thing usually is very dangerous for any
incumbent government. But the question is it this tonight? It's quite clear that it's a 16-1 in favor of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Is it a rejection? And I rather suspect it's a rejection of Alan Chastain.
It's not so much a question of it's two things. I seem to be hearing you saying. It's one, we like what we love from Labour, and there's strong support for him as an individual.
Yes.
His coattails are very long.
That is correct.
But also there is a sense that Alan Chastain has even grown more unpopular rather than less unpopular.
And hence the reason why I said to Peter before he signed out that there's a possibility that Alan Chastain will be forced to resign. If he were to retain the seat, he'll be forced to resign, and then there'll be a by-election pretty quickly, and hopefully we reconvene. I'll be happy to serve as a commentator again.
Indeed. Well, let's reheat the machine and have a look at
how he's doing.
And then right after that, I want you to go and look at the situation in Castries with Stephenson King.
Okay, Stephenson King. Let's see.
So
now he's ahead by 1041. So last time around, Stephenson King won decisively by 2,141 votes.
Let's see how many boxes have been counted thus far. There's 12,706 electors in all, and with 20 of the 30 boxes counted, that is a situation where Stephenson King is at 64%, Stephen Jean Fevrier of the United Workers' Party at 34.7%. So.
Now, Stephenson King, John Favier is last time around. Mrs. McIntyre was at she got 1,500 votes. So he's just under there. But we still have 5 more boxes to go.
Out of the total of 10 boxes to
10
go.
boxes to go.
So again, that's the situation with it. Let's head to Babonneau. Back to Babonneau, where the farmers have spoken for, so far it seems, Jean-Paul Estéphan of the Labour Party at 58%,
So the Labour Party is ahead. Now we're at 76%. So definitely that is difficult. That's a tall order for Titus Sprayville. Now, interestingly enough, Titus Sprayville was viewed as a possible replacement in terms of the leadership of the United Workers' Party. So what happens to him tomorrow?
That is a question that the people of Babonneau have answered. Tomorrow he'll become one of yesterday's men if this holds.
Yeah.
That John Estefan, his slogan is
Stay for all. He stole from the brother.
Borrowed.
Borrowed. I'm sorry.
Any family crimes. He borrowed from his brother, and his word for him in Babonneau with the farming communities there in Babonneau, and all 12,905 electors counted will be counted there. But so far, 25 boxes out of 33, and it's looking very healthy for Estefan at 58% against Preville's.
Let's take a look at the former Deputy Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Castries South.
So in that case where Ernest Hilaire is the incumbent at 67% of the vote, well ahead of Tommy Descartes, and with 82% of the vote counted thus far, I think we can call it safely for Labour in Castries South.
But the Labour Party won last time around by 1429, and so Dr. Hilaire is at 1365, and we're at 82%.
So that's a projection of victory for Ernest Hilaire. It is not likely that Tommy Descartes can turn that around with another 4 boxes to go.
So let's go to Grosley to see how Mr. Casimir is doing. So Mr. Casimir is ahead by 2,000. Now, interestingly enough, if you followed the campaign, he promised to defeat Mrs. Johnson by over 3,000 votes. Let's see if that holds. As is, he's doing very well.
2,000 votes.
Yeah, 3,000. His goal is to defeat her by over 3,000.
But he's
because
leading.
he's leading by 2,000, and we're under 50% of the ballot boxes having been counted. So if you look at let's say Grosley, Mr. Casimir won by 2,053 the last time. So he will definitely increase the margin there.
Again, because of the vast size of Grosley. Let's have a look at the boxes at the polling districts that have reported thus far.
I was born and raised in Grosley, by the way.
So and again, he is claiming his hometown cred there. But so far,
so the Grosley Primary School, we've received I think 1, 2, 3.
3 boxes.
3 boxes there.
For the Sports Academy, down the road is at just about
quite a few boxes outstanding.
2 boxes. Indies nightclub across the street from the highway at.
I think it's done.
That's been counted. All boxes counted there for Indies nightclub. Back across the road, we go to the Aquatic Center. No votes counted thus far, but it's not a very, very large group. A box. Moshi combined, as they've reported all of their boxes as far.
But it's interesting, Mr. Casimir's family originated from that area, the Moshi area. So let's see how well he does there. Now, again, we're looking at last time around he won by 2,053 votes overall, that is. So let's see if he's able to increase that margin of victory.
And also just north and to the east in Beausejour, the Beausejour Stadium area.
Let's see
how those boxes have also started to come in for that constituency of Grosley. So if we come all the way down to the Darren Sammy Stadium in Beausejour, all the boxes are in there.
No, we're missing F to G and R to Z.
So all but 2. Okay.
And he has done extremely well there.
Nothing though from Grand Riviera and the Grand Riviera Primary School this far. Just one. And it's like, if your name is Joseph, you were counted. But nobody else thus far. And that's the primary school.
Yes.
Across at the infant school, 2 boxes have been counted. And
Let's go to the Korean school where there was a lot of excitement this morning.
Generated, I'm sure, by one particular person, an analyst who voted there
Well,
today.
so there is one box outstanding, and it's H2J. My last name, Hyacinth. My box is on there.
So your vote hasn't been counted. I shudder to think. I wonder what the secret ballot is still protected in this country. I wonder where he placed his vote. Let's go. That's the Korean secondary school. And again, if you had to wave a magic wand, and put aside the party, this party or that party, looking at as a citizen of St. Lucia, what are some of the things that you would like to see change in the way elections are run? If you had to wave that magic wand, would you not suggest that one of those things is a redistricting? That's a lot of work for even for a young
Casimir
incumbent. That's a lot of work to deal with such a diverse constituency with some of the richest people in the country and some of the not so very well off people in the country, all in that district, and it needs various clusters. Gros-Islet is very different from Cap-Estate, which is very different from Bonterre, which is very different from Monchy, which is very different from Corinth, which is very different from Grand Riviere. So that's the first thing that you would suggest, right?
Yes.
That there's going to be at least
a redistricting. Now, there's a possibility that we're looking at what, three new constituencies up there.
So
seats.
Most likely in north, south, east, and west.
West, yes.
Okay.
That's what we're suggesting today.
That's what we're suggesting. But then there's also the question of campaign finance. Repeatedly, bodies like the Organization of American States have gone into countries and said, you've got to deal with how people put money into political parties and the fact that neither the incumbent or the challenger, the opposition, neither the government or the opposition is willing to let the people know who is footing the bill for this. And there's no campaign reporting legislation nowhere in the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States or even further afield in the larger CARICOM member states. Is this something that interests you? Or you think, blank check, thanks very much, see you in 5 years. Don't matter who the donor is.
Very interesting question.
Well, I'd like you to answer it.
Big challenge there.
No, but seriously, I mean, campaign
I
finance.
think it warrants us having a conversation. How about that?
So-
let us start the conversation tomorrow.
Is it something, he has a supermajority again, is this something that would interest as a legacy item of a 71-year-old prime minister, that he wants to see the way his country is governed shift? So there's a little fairness in terms of the vast amounts of money, because you mentioned it earlier. The United Workers' Party was able, in your estimation, to claw victory back
in 2016
because it was so very well funded. Alan Chastain would disagree. He would suggest that he was very well organized. He has said that he has gone into the constituency and done root and branch reform and grown the party base from the bottom. He spoke very proudly about that. But you're suggesting, who...
Let's have a conversation. But again, I think it's a lot of the work that is... now, listen, your election... I've never seen an election that starts where you have a ballot box with 200 votes in there. You need to get out your get out to vote operation speed. It needs to be. You need to be on your A game, so to speak, when it comes to your get out to vote operation. Right. It's quite clear. The Labour Party is pretty good at having its get out to vote operation. Give that to them. They're good at executing, getting the voter out and making sure that voters, their voters get to the polls. So you give that to the St. Lucia Labour Party. Now, is it a situation? I don't know. I can't speak to the. I think that it warrants us having a conversation on finance reform, campaign finance reform. Yes, let's see. And I'm sure that the Prime Minister will be open to. I can't speak for him, but I'm sure he'd want to have a conversation about it.
We'll have to call him the Prime Minister-elect. Not only has he led the St. Lucia Labour Party to victory, to returning the government, breaking a curse against political parties since the start of the century. He has actually won his constituency of Castries East with 97% of the votes counted there, 3,871, and a lead of nearly 3,000 against Peter Chico of the United Workers' Party at 22.3%. Now, to Babonneau, where the situation has changed, but not changed very much, because it's still very much in favor
of the St. Lucia Labour Party.
The St. Lucia Labour Party, with the candidacy of Jean-Paul Estefan at 828 votes a lead against Titus Preville at 2,091 votes. So 58% to 41.7%.
So there we have a nail biter in Choiseul.
Now to Choiseul. And the situation there is very tight for Keith Charles, holding on by his fingernails with 46 votes at 50% of the vote. The incumbent, Bradley Felix, still there at 1,952 votes. So we just said that Philip J. Pierre has been declared the winner in Castries East, but we're looking at Choiseul, where it's a close run thing. Keith Charles of Labour at 50.6% of the vote. Roughly means 50 odd votes ahead of Bradley Felix, the incumbent of the Workers' Party, 1952, 49.4%. So if you just have a quick look at the polling districts that have come in, and they've all had.
So let's take a look at, well, how about Castries North with the former Prime Minister? So he's ahead again by 1041. Let's see how many boxes are in. 20 out of 30. We're still at the...
So that's Stevenson King at 64% of the vote, comfortably ahead and on course to winning in Castries North. In Soufriere, there's a declaration. Emma Hippolyte has been declared the winner in Soufriere with 2,456 votes cast for her at 52.7% of the vote. Harold Stanislas of the United Workers' Party, 2,205 votes thus far, 47.3% of the vote. Not mathematically possible with 2 boxes yet to go for Stanislas to overhaul the incumbent Emma Hippolyte.
But it's interesting, Emma Hippolyte began her political career in the Gros-Islet constituency in 2011, where she won by 7 votes. She then went on to lose to Leonard Spider Montoute, and then decided to go back home. And her family is, interestingly enough, from the Soufriere. She's originally from Soufriere, and so she was able to defeat Mr. Stanislas, and there she is again, winning. So
another declaration here, another result for not an actual result, but a declaration of victory. The full result is when all the votes have been counted, and the returning officer stands at the steps of the polling station, says, "I hereby declare." But in any case, it looks as if he will say in a few minutes that Jeremiah Norbert of the Labour Party will be the duly elected member for Micoud North. Now, that's the situation at 58% in the Battle of the Norberts. Jeremiah versus Elisha, and with biblical majesty, he will suggest to himself he is won for Labour in Micoud North. Now, let's look at Anse-Soleil Canaries, where Dominique Fede, the former tourism minister, has been challenging Wayne Girard. And there we have a declaration of victory to Labour. So Dominique Fede failing in his challenge, and a strong showing by Wayne Girard of about 400 odd votes for Labour in Anse-Soleil Canaries.
In 2021, the Labour Party won by 165 votes. So he has increased the margin of victory there.
So it seems as though there's no swing really against the government. It's like an affirmation of what's happened in 2021.
Yeah. The increase, Peter suggested what, by 4%, was it?
Yeah. So it's looking like 14-1. Is that it?
So, yes.
It's 16-1.
16-1, essentially.
So 14 seats that's the projection, 14 seats for the Labour Party, 2 seats for the independents, who have been seemingly very comfortably returned. Let's see where we are in those constituencies, if you will. First, let's have a quick look at Castries Central, just to make sure that it has been called or not. In Castries Central,
Richard maintains a lead. He's up by 710 votes.
Lots of work still for Rosh Clark of the Workers' Party to overhaul that total with 16 out of 24 votes. So 2/3 of the boxes have been counted. And at 61%, Richard Frederick is sitting quite comfortably. And then in Castries,
Somebody is asking for Miku South.
While you get to Miku South, in Castries North, the former Prime Minister Stephenson King is at 64%. So he's performing just as well as his independent counterpart in the last House against Jean Février at 34.7% of the vote. In that case, 2/3 of the ballots have been counted. In Miku South, Alan Chastanet, that's 59.1% of the vote, against Chandali Harak Singh, 41%, with 16 of the 19 boxes cast. It's looking very tight, but not too tight for Alan Chastanet really at this stage.
So there are three boxes left.
So we've had declarations for Castries East. The Prime Minister-elect, Philip Joseph Pierre, age 71, set to return to Government House to be sworn in as Prime Minister of this fair Helen, with 77.7% of the vote, with just about 32, with 1 box to go, really, in Castries East. Declaration, victory then for Philip J. Pierre and for Labour. Just going through very quickly, in Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte declared the winner there. In
Choiseul.
In Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte, 52.7% versus 47.3% for Labour. Victory there. Choiseul, not yet counted, not yet declared. We've got 5 boxes to go. And 80% of the votes counted thus far. Keith St. Charles of Labour, again still at 46 votes ahead of the incumbent. So again, the Workers' Party has to pull ahead, and it is not doing it thus far. And that's why we've been making the projection of likely the UWP losing support, losing a seat in the House of Assembly in the balance of power. And that is tipping even further in favor of the Labour Party at this stage. Once again, in Choiseul, Keith St. Charles, Labour, 50.6% of the vote. Bradley Felix, incumbent, Workers' Party, 49.4% of the vote. A split of 46 votes at this stage, with 5 boxes to go, a total of 25.
Let's go to Southeast, Castries Southeast, that is. The Labour Party is ahead there by 303 votes.
And again, the youthful party communications director, as she was called when she got the nod at party headquarters back in 2021, is very comfortably ahead of Guy Joseph, the old stager, the old campaigner, who has maintained his colorful stance all through his electoral career, which may be put on hold, if not ended this night.
We have a projection here.
With Lisa Jury here. That's not a projection, that's pretty much a declaration for Sean Edward, the Education Minister. Edward is back, the incumbent so far staving off a challenge from Bradley Marcel Fulgence of the United Workers' Party. And it has to be said that Fulgence had not challenged as the boxes came in. There was no swing, no pendulum swing in Dennery North.
And he maintained from very early, Sean Edward maintained that lead.
Let's not then at Dennery South, which was one of the ones to watch we had suggested earlier this evening. As the sirens go off around in the Vibute area, as the party leader for the JPR, we suspect, is making his way, joined, of course, I'm sure, by members of the last cabinet to join in the victory celebrations. Benson Emile of the United Workers' Party in Dennery South is underwater by about 184 votes against the incumbent Paul Prosper of the Labour Party at 56% of the vote, with 8 of the 14 boxes having been counted. Now, we can move then now to, I know you want to have a look back at Gros-Islet. Again, it's a large constituency, 24,000 electors, 39 of 63 boxes counted, 39 of 63. Kensington Joel Casimir, the incumbent, the Youth Minister for Labour, at 68%, comfortably ahead of Marcella Johnston of the United Workers' Party, on course to holding on in Gros-Islet. And it would really be quite an extraordinary upset at this stage, given these figures, for the victory to be anything other than Kensington Casimir for Labour. We've got some pictures coming in of the celebrations in full swing. We're going to have a look at some of those celebrations now, as we have been projecting the St. Lucia Labour Party to be returned to government, bucking the trend that the voters of St. Lucia set back in 2001, and they gave Kenny Anthony a second term, and not since, till this very night, this first night of December, in the year of our Lord 2025, at 8 minutes to the hour of 9.
So are we watching from, do we know where the constituency? Castries?
So the pictures of a wave of red in
Castries Central.
In Castries Central, we're under the old public housing there across from the market, and lots of a sea of red really filling the street there, just around the corner from Jeremy Street. So it's going to be quite a night. It's going to be a short night for us, but a long night ahead for supporters of the St. Lucia Labour Party as they wave the red flag and sing the Song of the Star tonight. But there's some celebrations there. Little pyrotechnics I can see going off in the distance. Quickly found out by a flag, and everybody's waving a flag. And it has to be said, this is an interesting aspect of elections that you don't really see in many other countries. There is that carnival atmosphere, but you know how quick to put on a party when it comes to elections, election campaigns in St. Lucia. Pity the poor traveler like me yesterday, stuck behind a motorcade, trying to get from one part of the island to the next. But there you have it. That's what it's like. You've got to stay off the roads on the night before a general election. But scenes of jubilation in Castries Central, cheering for the Labour Party, knowing full well that the incumbent and independent has been returned or will be returned and will vote 9 times out of 9 for Labour in the House of Assembly. So it's now 6 minutes away from 9. The St. Lucia Labour Party headed back to government. That's the projection from St. Lucia Times. We expect that Philip J. Pierre will take the oath of office and again end the trend of incumbents being tossed out at every term by the people of St. Lucia. For once in this century, that's not going to be the case this day. Now, in View 4 North, the situation is as follows. The former agricultural minister in the Labour government, Moses Jean-Baptiste, at 73% of the vote. Calix Ian Xavier of the United Workers' Party at 26.7% of the vote, with 12 of the 17 boxes counted, so 5 to go, 70% of the votes counted in View 4 North. That looks to be on course for victory there for Moses Jean-Baptiste, the incumbent for Labour. So the figure, the balance of power, is looking as follows: 14 seats for the St. Lucia Labour Party. It does not look like it's going to be 2 seats for the United Workers' Party. It's looking like 1 seat. And again, it's still early. And it's not looking good for the United Workers' Party in terms of performing any better than 2021. And 2 seats very clearly in the column for the independents, who will canvass with the Labour Party. In Chazelle, the situation is tight, but it seems as though Keith St. Charles of Labour
has been able to maintain.
Pulling ahead there of Bradley Felix, the incumbent, for the Workers' Party. So that's why we're suggesting that 14-1 split in the House when next it convenes. That Keith St. Charles is looking to take the constituency of Chazelle away from Bradley Felix and the Workers' Party. As it stands, 21 of 25 boxes have been counted there. That's 84% of the vote. A lot of work. Let's have a look and see where there's yet to be a result in the various polling districts. And let's walk through some of those, if you will, Jeremiah. What stands out for you?
We're missing Montgouge, Infant, A through E, F to L.
Well, A to Z. Well, A to Z M to Z has reported.
Yeah.
We're not going to bother with the A to L and F to Z. It's utterly meaningless at this stage.
Okay, so we're looking at what's outstanding is in the area of Montgouge.
The infant school there.
Yeah.
With just one of the 3 boxes within that polling district having been counted. But it has to be said that it's looking right there. What's your sense of of the trend there? Is it likely to hold, do you think?
Yes, certainly. And it looks like Mr. Charles is increasing the lead. So my very early projection holds.
Right. But I would urge you to buy your lottery tickets based on Jeremiah Hyacinth's selection, but based on his current form, you might be inclined to pick the numbers. You can have a chat with him in social media and see what his picks are in terms of numbers for the lottery. But for now, the lottery of elections is not anything other than.
So let's go back to Castries
Labour.
Southeast, if you don't mind.
So in Castries Southeast, the situation is as follows. Lucia here of the Labour Party ahead by 303 votes. That's 57% to 42% for Guy Joseph. 11 of the 36 boxes have been counted. So it is still possible, but we haven't heard from Peter Wickham anything that suggests other than Labour victory there. But it is still possible at 57-42 with the bulk of the boxes yet to be counted.
Yeah.
Possible that Guy Joseph could pull it off for the Workers' Party. What's your thinking? She's ahead by 303 votes.
But she has maintained throughout, though. So it would have to take something. I don't know.
Like could be close, but close in favor of Labour. Is that your suggestion?
That is my projection again.
Okay. So let's run through again. Let's go right through the table. In Dennery North, the incumbent, Sean Edward, winner of that constituency with 18 of the 20 boxes counted, 90% of the vote in. Sean Edward, the education minister, holding on for Labour. That's Dennery North. In Dennery South, Benson Emile of the Workers' Party is underwater to Paul Prosper, the incumbent for Labour, 55% to 45%, with 9 out of the 14 boxes counted. That's in Dennery South, Labour lead.
let's go back to VA4 South. Dr. Kenny Anthony was the long-standing leader there. So Danny Butcher is ahead by 2,125 votes.
And to your way of thinking, that sounds pretty much like a...
He has sealed it on behalf of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Last time around, Dr. Anthony won by 1,563 votes.
You say that VA4 South now is reliably Labour?
Indeed, indeed. And Danny Butcher, a young a professor, a teacher, has done extremely well. Of course, I think there were probably 4 to 5 Labour Party persons vying to be the candidate in that constituency, and Danny Butcher got the nod.
But let's look at it this way. I mean, Philip J. Pierre's coattails just got longer. He's able to get himself to buck the trend and be reelected. He is not, with all the will in the world, the kind of personality of a Kenny Anthony or an Alan Chastanet, or even a Stephen King, a very quiet, understated figure.
And yet, he said, "I'm a mystery." He has repeated it. So it would be interesting, but he's a very, very interesting politician, unassuming, but his ability to connect and the fact that he has done so much, and he speaks to what the party has used for the past several years as putting people first, and he truly believes that he ought to, when he sits at the table in cabinet, that it's about he's there to do the work of the people. And
but he is 71 years old, and so the Labour Party will have
a young 71. He looks very well.
Indeed, but he's still 71, and
Yeah.
we've been given biblically 70, and he's in the column of by 1 year. So the question is, leadership of the Labour Party down the road, how does that look to you?
But very interesting. I guess it warrants again another conversation.
Well, let's have it. We've got the time.
Yes, but I think that yes, you're right. First I spoke to Stevenson King in Castries North being 68, and there's a very strong possibility that it's his last. And here comes Marcella Steed, who, as I indicated earlier, is from a Labour Party family, or the Michel family. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Is there a conversation about succession? Let's see. But remember, the Labour Party is known for having a vigorous conversation about its deputies, for example. And so I think that it would be it's up to the St. Lucia Labour Party to decide how it moves forward, knowing, as you said, the gentleman is 71.
But political parties generally in the Eastern Caribbean are notorious for not being interested in succession planning. You know, there's always somebody waiting in the wings, but people are generally thought to be grooming other people. The anointing of Vaughan Lewis in 1997 failing spectacularly for John Compton. I mean, just suggests to me that there's not that much investment by leaders in the next generation leading. And that was clearly the case
in St.
Vincent.
In St. Vincent. Now, what happens but St. Vincent, at some point, there was a suggestion that, out of the thinking that the Prime Minister wanted to anoint his son, Camilo Gonzalez, as his heir apparent. And so the membership of the party spoke to Caesar as their choice. And as a result, he paid the price. Now, there I am speaking to an Alan Chastanet tomorrow morning, would have to make the tough decision. Do you want to continue to lead the United Workers' Party? Do you want to resign, as quite possibly, it looks like he'll be re-elected in Mako South. Do you want to go back into Parliament being in opposition, or you simply want to throw in the towel? Mm-hmm. So it's a conversation, but again, I know that you're saying that, and I've heard that our leaders don't speak to succession planning. But I know that democracy is alive and well in the St. Lucia Labour Party, and let's see what happens moving forward.
So here's the situation: 7 seats to the SLP column thus far declared.
Does it include the two independents, or they're being?
We're not calling the independents now, but we can pretty much say that on current form, Richard Frederick is holding on, as well as Stevenson King. But let's just get, so you can keep ahead of where we are. The red is showing up in Castries East, Castries South, Ancillary Canaries, Vieux-Fort South, Micoud North, Dennery North, and Soufriere. Again, Castries East, Castries South, Ancillary Canaries, Vieux-Fort South, Micoud North, Dennery North, and Soufriere. So Philip J. Pierre leading that list in Castries East with his comfortable return to power there and to government as a whole. Castries East, Castries South, Ancillary Canaries, Vieux-Fort South, Micoud North, Dennery North, Soufriere. So far, very comfortably. You can put those aside for the Labour Party situation. Now, in Ancillary Canaries, Ray Girard, the incumbent, 21 of 23 boxes counted, 55 to 45% success for him against Francis Dominic Fede, former broadcaster and tourism minister for the United Workers' Party, and Ray Girard is going to be heading back to the House of Assembly. In Babonneau, an interesting race that we've been looking at all evening with 28 of the 33 boxes, that's 85% of the votes counted. John Paul Estefan of the Labour Party at 58% of the vote, comfortably ahead by some 873 votes ahead of Leo Titus Preville of the United Workers' Party. So Titus Preville not prevailing in that constituency of Babonneau so far. Lisa Javahir, the party spokesman for the Labour Party, at 56.3%, and Guy Joseph of the United Workers' Party not being able thus far to challenge that lead. He is behind by 256 votes.
356.
356, I beg your pardon. 356 votes behind Lisa Javahir at 56.3%, 43.7% for Guy Joseph over in Castries Southeast. So we haven't yet called Castries Southeast. The ones we've called thus far are Castries East, Castries South, Ancillary Canaries, Vieux-Fort South, Micoud North, Dennery North, and Soufriere. In Laborie, the situation is very comfortably ahead, and I think at this stage, almost can say that is going to end up in the Labour column as a stronghold. We can pretty much declare, I'm sure if Peter Wickham were here, his machine would have already told him, we're already beeping, saying Laborie is gone for Labour yet again, with Alva Batiste at 82.1% of the vote. In Chazelle, Keith Charles of Labour, 52.7% of the vote, looking to upset Bradley Felix, the incumbent for the Workers' Party. And again, it seems to be bearing out with 3 boxes left, bearing out the scenario of 14 to 1, 14 seats to United Workers, to the Labour Party, 2 seats to the independents, who are incumbents, who will canvass for Labour, so we can call that 16. And it looks as though Bradley Felix will lose in Chazelle on current form, and it is likely then that the UWP will only have 1 seat, and that will be a solid rejection. Let's look at where Alain Chastanet is now, just to see how he performed compared to 2021, with 17 of the 19 boxes counted. So just 2 boxes left. Chandali Harak Singh of the Labour Party, under by 543 votes. By Chastanet, look at 2021 and see how Alain Chastanet performed against this young challenger.
He won in 2021. He won by 647 votes.
So and this happens a lot in many countries where leaders don't necessarily walk away the lion's share of the vote. The many famous politicians up and down the Eastern Caribbean who can claim to have won by 200 or 300 or 400 votes in election after election. But in this case, it looks not much of a difference in terms of performance. In the case of Philip J. Pierre, winning his seat,
convincingly, 2,761.
but look how he performed in 2021.
2021, he won by 1877.
So he's on current form, again, competing and outperforming in compared to 5 years before.
So let's see with are we saying as is the former prime minister, leader of the opposition, is underperforming. He's down. He's at 543. Last time around, he was at 646.
So the big ticket item for you tonight, the big headline is UWP loses, but loses bigger than it did in 2021.
Well, yes.
And you're suggesting that it bodes ill for the party leader, and it might be talk about new leadership.
The talk
in
they're
Flambeau
having
House
it right now. Well, yes. So, but yes, there will be a lot of conversations. The leadership, should he continue in Parliament serving? I mean, would you want to get into a leadership contest, knowing that there's a very strong possibility that you'll be defeated for the leadership of the United Workers' Party? I don't think so. So there he has, there's a lot, it merits a lot of critical inquiry, thinking, and let's see what happens. But as is, it appears that it's the end of Alan Chastity.
Okay, so let's look at the seats that have not yet been called one way or the other. And again, Gros-Islet up north, the northern half of the country pretty much, 25,000 voters there. And Kenson Joel Casimir, the youth minister for Labour, the incumbent, is well ahead of Marcella Johnson, not yet been called only because 42 of the 63 boxes have have been counted. 42 of 63, so 66.7%. But on current form, Casimir should romp to victory there because of the margin of the lead, 68% to 31%.
He's almost at 3. He's getting to the 3,000.
Yeah, 2-1, and he's getting to his magic 3,000 number.
Yeah.
That's Gros-Islet. In Babonneau, Jean-Paul Estefan ahead by 952 votes against Titus Preville of the United Workers' Party, 59% to 42% of the vote. That's in Babonneau. In Castries North, Stevenson King, the incumbent, comfortably ahead of the United Workers' Party challenger. As an independent, Stevenson King has 64% of the vote, ahead by a shave over 1,000 votes against John Fevrier of the United Workers' Party. Moving to Castries Central, his other independent in the House, is at 61% of the vote, compared to Ross Clark of the United Workers' Party at 31% of the vote thus far.
So last time around, Richard Frederick won by 665 votes.
So far he's outperformed himself. Yeah. Despite, even with the healthy 180 votes
that Stanley Felix has received
as an independent. And again, we talked about that. Essentially two Labourites in the same constituency. So that's in Castries Central, the tiny but very politically loud constituency in the heart of the nation's capital. South of that, in Castries South, victory for Ernest Hilaire against Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party. He showed, again, 68% of the vote. And again, compared to 2021, has he done well again?
Yes. By over 200 votes.
So that's the situation in Castries South. Soufriere,
Soufriere, let's
we
see.
earlier called Soufriere for Emma Hippolyte of the Labour Party.
Okay, so the Labour Party, interestingly enough, has won Choiseul by 423 votes.
It's just been called for Choiseul with just one box left, but basically that's victory to Keith St. Charles. So the United Workers' Party loses, and loses even bigger. I don't want to use.
It's a big leap.
You know I was going there. I didn't want to go there, but I have a few living English teachers who struggle with that, and would not want any reference to any American presidents. That we have a big loss for the United Workers' Party, losing the other seat, and with just Alan Chasney holding on for the UWP. And again,
but what happens in terms of who is to be blamed for the United Workers' Party being defeated? And they'll go with the word.
Who's to be blamed?
Yes.
And who's to be, and what's to be credited for the overperformance of the Labour Party, this time around?
The Labour Party's policies, of course, and I think the completion of the St. Jude Hospital project played a pivotal role in the Labour Party.
That was a thorn in the side of the United Workers' Party.
Indeed.
All through the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah.
You had a situation where people were being out in the middle of the stadium and so on. You turned an Olympic stadium or Olympic Association stadium into a hospital. People under tents and so on, and that left and not being able to finish.
There he went and started what is commonly referred to as the box. So that did not all go well for him, and so on, and still tries to defend it. The voters have spoken.
So the voters have also sent a message, regardless of political party, you've got to deliver.
But you got to deliver. But most importantly, your being your authentic self says a lot. Because there you have a gentleman who says, I've changed. Changed? How so? You tell me. You know, so you're admitting that you're the problem.
But careful with this authenticity thing, because you couldn't possibly question the authenticity of a guy, Joseph, for example.
Oh, yeah.
This is authentic self. It's not worked for him this evening. And we have lots of cases in other countries that we won't mention this evening of authentic politicians failing. But I get what you're saying. Being known to be exactly who they are,
and that's where Philip J. Pierre comes in. And there you spoke to, him being. You remember, was it Mia Motley won in 2018, and she won again. It was recent.
In 2022.
And it was Mia Motley driving the Barbados Labour Party into victory. And now what's happening, and there you are talking about succession. You've had your Attorney General who was replaced by, was it St. Joseph?
Yes, he's retiring.
He's retiring. And so the Labour Party in Barbados now is replacing its candidates. Again, it starts a conversation about keeping the.
But I don't want to stop your thought, but because it has also to be said that young people coming into politics in St. Lucia, on both sides, has been a very healthy development.
Of course.
It's not been a situation of recycling some old hands, bringing people out of their retirement, for example. There have been some young candidates on both sides who've been able, in the case of the Labour Party, to command victory, but also in the case of the United Workers' Party, to bring some new blood into the party.
But there you have the St. Lucia Labour Party, for example. You have Kitson Charles, a young gentleman. You have the Danny Butcher in Viewford, who's young. You have Kenson Casman. So it means that the Labour Party is preparing for its transition.
Well, the transition will be back to where it was the day before, being re-elected to government tomorrow, with Philip J. Pierre taking the oath of office at Government House, and then just a thought or two to likely cabinet. I want to talk a bit about what the Labour Party has been able to achieve, and we did say they had to raise this levy, but the public servants came out, and they seem to have come out in strong numbers in favor of the Labour Party. Talk about what the Labour Party has done for a very, very important constituency in any government anywhere in Eastern Caribbean, the public servants.
Yeah, let's start with the police, for example. They're getting a brand new facility in the north of the island. It's a police headquarters, a subdivision, however you want to call it. But the Prime Minister has invested heavily in the police, giving them what they need to in an attempt to fight crime. As is, the numbers are down. Murders are down this year. Compared to last year. Go ahead.
Yeah, but he faced a tremendous challenge when he came right in 2021. Extraordinary bloodletting in View 4 of just people just spraying places with bullets and so on.
It was a challenge, but he was able to overcome.
How did he go about doing that in your mind?
He appointed a minister who was charged with the responsibility of crime prevention. That appeared to have worked in favor of the St. Lucia Labour Party. But again, the policies of the St. Lucia, when you speak to a child having to write CXCs, there's a gentleman, we had a town hall meeting in New York, who says that, when he was getting ready to write his CXCs, it was somebody who had to fund it. And there you have a Philip JP administration saying, next year around this time, there's a very strong possibility. I'll be happy to
talk about that. But I'm glad you mentioned New York. You've been looking at life from the vantage point of the 18th constituency. How influential are Lucian Americans in the overall response of the electorate here?
This was the most, for me, this election was the interest in the diaspora was overwhelming, and again, it speaks to persons keeping being in tune with what's happening, wanting to be a part of it. There are playing a load of folks coming here to vote, and so they were interested, and again, yes, you reside in the diaspora, you're in the diaspora, but your home, St. Lucia, is always home. And so you have a persons who came in wanting to effect change, in some instances, giving an endorsement to the Prime Minister for the work that he has done. But I know that I think, is there another projection? Is this?
We're coming up on 23 minutes past the hour. Again, the St. Lucia Times projection is a return to government for the Prime Minister-elect, as we must now call him, until such time as he takes the oath of office to become Prime Minister yet again of St. Lucia tomorrow sometime. And we expect that there will be some victory speech given, and we will be able to bring that to you when that is made. I don't necessarily anticipate that there will be a concession speech by the United Workers' Party. That may come, if not very late in the hour, possibly tomorrow. But whatever is said, we'll be here to bring it to you. So once again, let's a quick run of the table with the outstanding districts. Gros-Islet, the vast constituency of Gros-Islet, 68% of the vote against Marcelo Johnson of the United Workers' Party. What do you think?
Mr. Casimir is up by 3,277 votes.
He's gone past his 3,000 mark.
3,000. So let's see, the Prime Minister has won.
And that's with 81% of the vote cast. So he's well on his way to going even beyond the 3,000 victory, probably a 4,000.
4,000, yes.
Peter Chico against Philip J. Pierre. That was victory very early in the evening for the Prime Minister-elect at 77%, outperforming from our calculations from 2021. So again, Kenzen Casimir of Gros-Islet, not yet called. Babineau, Estefan versus Preville, Labour versus Workers' Party, not yet called. Castries North, not yet called. Stevenson King leading there against Jean Fevrier of the United Workers' Party. In Castries East, as we just said, the Prime Minister-elect comfortably winning back his seat. In Castries Central, not yet called, Richard Frederick at 61%, very healthily ahead of Ross Clark of the United Workers' Party. That's Castries Central. In Castries South, an early victory for Labour as the Tourism Minister Ernest Hilaire returned with 68% of the vote ahead of Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party, who did not show any sort of challenge really in Castries South throughout the evening. In Anse-Lorraine, victory, Tobin Gerard of the Labour Party, 55% of the vote against Dominique Fede of the United Workers' Party, the former tourism minister, 45%. That's Anse-Lorraine, Canaries. In Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte is back. She was returned with 52.7% of the vote, challenged as she was by Herod Stanislas of the United Workers' Party. Soufrière, Labour, hold. Choiseul, Keith Charles, Labour, gain. From all we can tell tonight, and the tick of the prediction machine tells us, Labour gains Choiseul, Keith Charles at 54.1% of the vote against Bradley Felix of the United Workers' Party with 46% of the vote, a margin of 423 votes. Keith Charles then taking Choiseul away from the United Workers' Party, leaving them with just one seat thus far in the UWP column. In Labrie, a strong showing by the Foreign Minister, Alva Batiste, Labour, 82% of the vote against a challenge from Laura Jean-Pierre of the United Workers' Party, who really only had about 18% of the vote there. Labrie goes Labour yet again, a stronghold for the St. Lucia Labour Party. Across in Vieux-Fort South, not yet called, Danny Butcher though, more than likely will be the next member of Parliament for the constituency of Vieux-Fort South. Why? Because he's at 75% of the vote against Liana Johannes Paul of the United Workers' Party of 24. 21 boxes have been cut out of 24 altogether. But it is not likely that that will change. There's one constituency in my memory in another Caribbean country where it looks like this, 3/4 of the vote is one, and then one box comes in and it swings right back. And you mentioned the name earlier this evening of the outgoing Attorney General in Barbados, and that's a stronghold for the Labour Party in Barbados. But that's the only constituency I could think of that makes that kind of wild swing. That's not likely.
We had a similar experience in Jamaica for the sitting Prime Minister, where at some point it appeared that
he was in trouble.
He was in trouble, and then it took
Andrew Holness.
Andrew Holness. It took one of his strongholds to put him over. Let's see.
In Vieux-Fort North, Moses Jean-Baptiste, well ahead of Calais Xavier of the United Workers' Party, not yet called, but we see that 14 of the 17 boxes have been counted, and we can comfortably suggest to you that Labour will hold on, and that will be a Labour hold in Vieux-Fort North. In Micoud South, once again, Alan Chasnier, the incumbent, the lone survivor for his party this night, the United Workers' Party, ahead by 543 votes against a strong showing by Shanali Harak Singh with family ties from the previous election for Labour at 42%. So Micoud South would have to say is the United Workers' Party hold. That's Micoud South. In Micoud North, in the Battle of the Norberts, as I've been calling it all evening, Labour is ahead and has been called basically Jeremiah Norbert, that is, for Labour at 57.4% of the vote against Elisha Norbert of the United Workers' Party at 42.4%. So Labour for Micoud North. Dennery we go, and in Dennery South, Benson Emile, not yet called, slightly tighter margin there, 89 vote margin for the incumbent Paul Prosper for Labour, 52% with 4 boxes left. To be counted, and the Dennery Infant School is all but counted. The Dennery Secondary School has been counted. The ecotourism building there in Dennery South is not yet responded with its count, but he's ahead by 89. So we'll keep a lookout again. Could there be an upset in Dennery South? It will be a close run thing.
Yeah,
but on current form, it looks like Labour, but a narrow victory for Labour in Dennery South. In Dennery North, the situation is looking not only good, excellent. It's victory for Sean Edward, the education minister, holding on for Labour. And again, he was clearly a beneficiary of a lot of the policies of this Labour government.
He was the education minister.
As the education minister. Yeah. So he has not only benefited from the long coattails of the Prime Minister, but in his portfolio. Would you suggest that this next government, in terms of cabinet, just give a quick glance ahead? Would you want to move anyone? This mystery thing is a lot. Because the Prime Minister-elect uses it a lot, doesn't mean that you, the analyst, have to use it. What do you think?
I don't know. It's a tough call. It's left to the Prime Minister.
If you've performed so well,
yes.
Why change?
Why move? Yeah.
Particularly for ministers who, on the face of it, would claim that their policies have been vindicated, their activity has been vindicated, they've not been lazy. Why move them? That's the question you would have to ask, unless you look at promoting in the grand scheme of things, even though he's youth minister, would he want to be given a bigger portfolio? Or would you continue with someone like the education minister, Sean Edward?
Sean Edward, yes, I'll continue with him. But again, it's a decision the Prime Minister has to make. It appears that Kenson is well on his way to retaining his sports minister ministry, sports ministry, youth and sports, that is. But and I think again, it's difficult to say because remember, you serve at the behest. The Prime Minister invites you to serve in his cabinet. You don't invite yourself. So it's a decision for him.
But on what would, if you were in charge, what would you do? Would you make a root and branch change, or would you?
I think that the Home Affairs Ministry needs to be a lone ministry.
You would separate it.
Yeah, I would separate it.
And what other? Let's have a look at that, because in terms of the performance of that ministry, it's something that you'd want to suggest is split up. But where would you split it?
Let's see. I think it's with crime prevention. No.
Yes. I mean, just call it.
That's where Jeremiah Norbert is.
Right. I think he's the minister for crime prevention
and well. Disability. Because
minister in the office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for home affairs, crime prevention, and persons with disabilities. So you take it out of the Prime Minister's office and give him a full portfolio. From your experience in government, what difference does it make, really? Because the general trend is once something's in the Prime Minister's office, things tend to get done because it has the stamp of the Prime Minister of the country. To what extent?
But it's a heavy portfolio too.
That you want to take out, that you suggest be taken out of the Prime Minister's office.
But again, it's his call.
Well, it was his call to call the election to begin with. That's the power that he has that no other person has in our constitutions.
There is let's see, health.
So health, which I'll just call it up very quickly, which of course was in the hands of Moses Jean-Baptiste, Health, Wellness, and Elderly Affairs. Would you suggest that given his performance tonight, would suggest that he be maintained? And again, he can chalk up St. Jude's in his column as a major event.
I was the one, I played a pivotal role in getting it completed.
And a shift towards universal health care. Now, all of the Eastern Caribbean governments have signed up for universal health care, which basically means that healthcare is free at the point of delivery, not just at the clinic, but really right across. And that's been extended in this administration.
Labour Party administration. I made a note that under the Labour Party, particularly for single women. Now, remember, I suggest, based on what I saw, in terms of women turning out this morning in their large numbers, the Labour Party is instrumental in getting free cancer screening, and so again, you have a situation where I am convinced that the women voted based on the policies that have been put in place and thinking of the future of their children.
The Commerce Minister, Emma Hippolyte, in Soufrière is...
She has a love. She loves what she does.
And she has a quite interesting collection of portfolios: manufacturing, business development.
And the previous Labour Party administration, she was the minister for commerce.
And commerce, consumer affairs, and cooperatives as well. Credit unions are a very important part of life in St. Lucia. So let's just quickly go back to the results as they come in. We've had 7 seats declared roughly for the SLP, but that is very likely to be 14 by the end of this evening, sooner rather than later. So it will not be a long night. We are projecting victory, a return to government for the St. Lucia Labour Party under Philip Joseph Pierre, age 71. He will more than likely take the oath of office within the next, I'd say 20 hours or so, to be the next Prime Minister, as he was the previous Prime Minister of St. Lucia. In the case of the United Workers' Party, a very bad night for them in losing 1 seat, and with the United Workers' Party under Anna Chasney holding on to that sole seat in government. In Dennery South, the picture is tight, but still, Labour is holding on to a lead of about 89 votes. It seems as though there's a slight increase in the lead, but Paul Alfred Prosper of the Labour Party at 52% is well entrenched if he can maintain that. But it's just 4 boxes left.
Remember, it was a marginal seat too. The Labour Party last time around won by 184.
So it seems as though it's going to be still a close run thing, but it might very well turn out to be pretty much in that column. So it's always been tight. It's never been a situation where there's any runaway victory for Labour. With the ecotourism building still not reporting, but the Dennery Infant School has reported all but one, still counting that last box for the Dennery Infant School, and the Dennery Secondary School has already counted all of its votes. So that's the situation now at 22 minutes to the hour of 10, with the Prime Minister, the once and future Prime Minister of St. Lucia, taking victory and breaking the trend of incumbents being tossed out for the first time in 25 years. Now, in Castries Southeast, the picture is getting clearer for Lisa Jawahir of the Labour Party at 57.3% of the vote and about 700 odd votes ahead of Guy Joseph at 2089, and that's with just over 2/3 of the boxes counted in Castries Southeast. So what would you say about Guy Joseph and against this challenge from a young person and a female?
Guy Joseph is lost tonight. It's quite clear that he is lost. A lot of stuff that he has said, and I think it was just it was a turn off. But there you have a young and vibrant Lisa coming in and being able to mobilize the base of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And again, it would be interesting to see what has happened in terms of women. Now, remember...
I was about to ask you really think that it's more than likely that Lisa Jawahir won the women vote? Because we've been talking about
that for a while. Now, remember, the Labour Party won that seat handsomely in 1997 by my colleague, Ambassador Melissa Rambali. And remember what transpired. Her father died a few months before the general election, and she replaced him on the ballot. And so she did pretty well, having served from 97 to was it 2006 thereabout. But initially she won Castries. Let's go to Castries Southeast in 1997. Manisa Rambali, 2,235 votes.
So, but still, I mean, Guy Joseph is a colorful character, ex-minister and so on. But you're suggesting too that he might have turned off quite a few of the women,
yes, certainly,
given
certainly.
His brash personality.
Yeah, I remember
the statements he's made.
Yes, a lot of statements. So it was quite a turn off there.
So the message is clear. You've got to do your job. You've got to deliver. If you say you want these things done, they have to be done. But you also have to go about it with a certain degree of decorum.
Yeah.
Something that in recent elections, in the era of social media, people don't talk a lot about. People say, you know, I want the authentic guy. I want the guy who can you know, curse on Instagram and say all sorts of rude and indiscreet things in public and show his machismo and so on. But I think the people of St. Lucia are saying, we don't want that. We want people to do what we sent them there to do, which is look after our interests, whether you agree with them or not. But the point is that they're acting in the interest of the country. And given the policies here, it's bucking the trend of tossing the incumbents out. So the incumbents were returned in Jamaica, tossed out in Trinidad and Tobago, tossed out in St. Vincent, returned in St. Lucia. So anybody reading the tea leaves and trying to divine some sort of major picture of anti-incumbency is in for a rude awakening come tomorrow morning, if they haven't been following us this evening.
It would be interesting to see where are they celebrating in the streets?
Well, there's been quite a few celebrations. We've been carrying them earlier from Jeremy Street in the heart of Castries Central, toasting a victory by likely victory by the independent incumbent there, and indeed with just 3 boxes left.
Where, Castries Central?
In Castries Central, Richard Frederick is on course to winning there, very much on course to winning. We can pretty much call that for Castries Central and Richard Frederick. Across the street, as it were.
But he is, last time around, Richard Frederick won by 665 votes. So he's ahead by 912.
And so the situation is anybody associated with the government seems to be overperforming.
Yes.
And in Castries North, Stevenson King, the incumbent, the independent, 64% of the vote, romping to victory there ahead of Stephen Fenvria of the United Workers' Party, with, yes, 2/3 of the votes counted, but a very healthy look for him and an upset seemingly increasing and likely there, with 19 votes apiece for Gianna Matthew of the New Congress Party, Marcella Steed, in whom Jeremy has been quite, I won't say enamored, quite interested in seeing his political prospects rise as a young person in politics in a constituency where this might very well be the last hurrah for Stevenson King in elective politics. You see him going to 2030?
We have a young 71-year-old prime minister.
Okay, well, so anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
But I think that it's clear that the young members of the Labour Party have been doing very well. In Gros-Islet, the latest is that, even though it's not been called, Kenzin Casimir of Labour is ahead by 68% of the vote to 32.3% of the vote from the challenger Marcella Johnson of the United Workers' Party. Ahead, overperforming his own expectation. He said he wanted a 3,000 vote margin. He's now at 3,377 with 82.5% of the votes counted in what we can comfortably say will be the last election for a constituency known as Gros-Islet, because unless you want to give age the youthful minister, that is simply too large a constituency for any politician, no matter how gifted, no matter how young and energetic, to deal with.
It's certainly, and again, it speaks to constitutional reform, what became of the report the commission had put together. So it's an opportunity for the new administration to take a look at it.
What would you say has been the tone of this election campaign? And
It's been a very exciting one.
It's been exciting?
Yes,
And it's not been not the kind of rancor that you generally see, or
Of course.
a bitterness. That's always there.
It's
Happily free of fisticuffs and
You're right,
and rocks.
But it's a
and that
very
sort of thing.
entertaining election cycle.
What was your highlight? And be as objective as you possibly can. What's your highlight from both sides? What stood out for you?
On both sides.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, for me, I can't speak to one thing. It was just a very entertaining campaign, lively, and again, it's just the interest. In my case, I'm in the diaspora, so for me, the excitement on both sides. I mean, I took a flight down to St. Lucia on Saturday, and there were persons from both sides wearing their party colors. You know, excited to be a part of it and of the election process. And so, but for me, it was a situation where you have an incumbent putting out its policy, speaking to, and one of the interesting things that I noticed was that the Prime Minister presented a report card. There I am speaking to my achievements before he says, "Hey, we're going to go to the polls on December 1st." But go ahead.
So again, the last night, the very eve of the general election, there's a national broadcast by the outgoing Prime Minister. There's another national address by the leader of the party, and taking advantage of incumbency and saying, "Look, this is what I've done."
But there were two different recordings. One appeared to have been a gentleman who is eager to continue a campaign in its 11th hour, and there you have a prime minister, sitting prime minister, appear relaxed, knowing that I've given this my all. It's left up to you, the voter. I'm simply saying to you, you have a decision to make.
And the voice from the voter this day is policies still matter,
Indeed.
more so than personality.
Certainly.
But still, even though policies matter, we still want a prime minister that we feel is not only acting in our interest, but has a certain level of decorum and doesn't say wild and outlandish
And
things.
he's authentic. And again, you don't want me to use the word.
Well,
but
careful with the authentic.
yes,
You can
yes.
have really bad authentic.
Yes, certainly. But he's, again, if you look at the last night's presentation by the Prime Minister, he was relaxed. I have given this, and so there you have the leader of the opposition still appeared to be on the campaign trail with an 41 second presentation versus the Prime Minister who spoke for just under 4 minutes.
So it's something to be said for brevity, which we will hopefully try to aim for this evening. So at 12 minutes to 10, the picture is clear. The United Workers' Party is lost. Not only government has lost one of its 2 seats in the House of Assembly, with the situation being very bleak indeed for the party leader, Alan Chassenet. Quick run through of where we are at present. Let's start from the top of the table. In Gros-Islet, lead for Labour. In Babonneau, lead for Labour. In Castries North, lead for the Independent, Stevenson King. In Castries East, victory, Labour hold. In Castries East, the Prime Minister is back in his own constituency. In Castries Central, lead for Richard Frederick, Independent, who caucuses with the Labour Party. In Castries South, victory to Ernest Hilaire against Tommy Descartes of the United Workers' Party. That's Castries South, Labour hold. In Castries Southeast, Labour lead Lisa Joe versus Guy Joseph.
And we're at
At
89%, almost at 90 with Lisa. The Prime Minister is on.
So let's go now live to the Prime Minister-elect of St. Lucia, Philip J. Pierre, speaking moments ago.
My brothers and sisters, it seems clearly from the results so far that the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party has been returned to power. It looks like an increased majority. We are presently leading in 13 seats, and with the 2 independent candidates leading, and with 1 seat which may go the other way. First of all, I want to thank the people of St. Lucia for conducting what in the main was a very decent election free of violence, and this is testimony of the maturity of our people and the maturity of our democracy. So I want to thank the people of St. Lucia, firstly. I want also to thank the members of the St. Lucia Labour Party, the executive, the cabinet, the men and women in the constituency groups who strived, who worked hard, who worked tirelessly to ensure that this victory happened. This victory really belongs to them. I really want to thank them for doing that. I also want to say that these men and women were sometimes vilified, were sometimes criticized. Their families, their characters were assassinated, all in the name of politics. I wish that the era, the last 4.5 years, that era of opposition politics never returns to St. Lucia again. I really wish that that era of lies and misinformation and mistruths and character assassination and the attacks on people's families and the spoiling of St. Lucia's good name abroad and the idea that nothing is happening, selling St. Lucia as a wasteland. I hope that never happens. I hope it never happens again. I want to congratulate the member for Mico South. I understand he may be leading in a seat, and then if he wins, I want to congratulate him in advance. I hope we will continue to respect him in the cabinet, in the parliament. I'm so sorry. We continue to respect him in the parliament because we think there's a role for the opposition. I think there's a role for the opposition, so we'll continue to let the fine traditions of democracy prevail. I want to also tell the people of St. Lucia that the elections is over. Our government has always been a government of consensus, a government of work together. We have to deal with some very important issues. We have to deal with issues both locally, regionally, and internationally. And the government will have to take some very, very important decisions moving forward. So we want to celebrate. It's a day of celebration. I hope to be sworn in later this week and have the cabinet next week. I know that the people of St. Lucia are waiting for their VAT-free day, and the civil servants are waiting for their bonuses. I can assure them that as soon as I get sworn as Minister of Finance again, I will instruct the Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Finance, and the Secretary of Finance to get the bonus going for the civil service, for the public service of St. Lucia. So they can be rest assured that it happened. And then we'll work on the VAT-free day. These are the 2 promises that we made, and we intend to make them work. So tonight we are happy. I feel relieved, because sometimes when there is so much propaganda and misinformation, if you don't think about it, you may believe it's true. So I feel very relieved. I want to thank you, the press. I want to thank my own press, the people who worked with me, Mondi and everybody else, and Melissa and everybody, Yassi, and the folks at GIS who worked with me. I want to thank them for, in the main, understanding what we were doing and saying our message. So I'm going to meet my constituents, the constituents of Castries East. We have made we have actually increased the majority. The people, we've increased it again, and the Castries East people, they have been again vilified. They've been saying, why you're supporting me? Castries East, I thank you. I thank all you for the work you've done. So let's go celebrate. Thank you very much.
No holiday?
The 8th Prime Minister of St. Lucia, who tomorrow will take the oath of office as the 9th Prime Minister of St. Lucia, having been returned to government, ending a trend of incumbents being tossed out in this century for the first time since 2001. And already congratulations are pouring in from across the Eastern Caribbean. From Roosevelt Skerritt, the Prime Minister of Dominica, congratulations to my friend and colleague, Prime Minister Philip G. Pierre and the St. Lucia Labour Party on their overwhelming victory at the polls. This renewed mandate is a clear and unambiguous vote of confidence in the leadership of Prime Minister Pierre and his development plans for St. Lucia. I embrace the opportunity to continue working with the government and people of St. Lucia to further the progress of our nations and strengthen regional unity. Wishing Comrade Prime Minister Pierre every success in the new term. You kind of wonder how it looks like in a Prime Minister's chat, you know. In this case, it would have been Ralph Gonzalez has left the chat.
I guess you saw what was circulating.
I'm talking, there was a very humorous and completely and utterly untrue meme of a supposed screenshot of a chat among CARICOM Prime Ministers. They do have their own chat. We just don't have access to it. And it certainly doesn't misspell the name of the Prime Minister
but he says,
of Jamaica.
He says there's a role for the opposition. He congratulated, based on the figures coming in, Alan Chastity. It's quite, let's see where he is.
Well, he's expected to hold on and make himself, but he spoke very specifically to the tenor of the campaign and the personal attacks, and that he hoped that this would
and he said the elections are over. We have some important decisions to make. He spoke to him he's returning as the Minister for Finance. He spoke to the VAT-free day bonuses he had promised.
He said he will instruct the Permanent Secretary and his Financial Secretary to provide the civil service bonuses, something that he was very prompt to do from pretty early in the piece, it has to be said. And he's working on making sure that you get a day off from the VAT, having raised the debate with the 2.5% levy. But we've had that discussion this evening. Yeah. But the point is that he will have a VAT-free day, and VAT-free days seem to be very popular with the electorate across the Eastern Caribbean these days because prices are going up.
What were your thoughts on the presentation?
My thoughts are to report faithfully what he said, and that is, I was fascinated. They said in the way in which politics was conducted, praising all of his leaders, he said he wished that the era of the last 4.5 years, that era of opposition politics, never returns, wishing that the era of lies and misinformation and mistruths and character assassination and the attacks of people's families and the spoil of St. Lucia's good name abroad, the idea that nothing's happening as a wasteland. I hope that never happens, that it never happens again. And then he went on to congratulate his challenger for government, the member for Miku South, wishing to congratulate him, as he understood he was winning, and he wanted to congratulate him in advance. And he made a mistake by saying he hoped to continue respecting the cabinet, but he really meant the parliament. Yes. And he corrected himself because he thinks there is a role for the opposition, and he would know a thing or two about being in opposition. There is a role for the opposition. We are in a democracy, and the idea of a one-party state is not good. But politicians generally don't like large mandates. Yes, from a supermajority point of view, in terms of maybe wanting to change the constitution, good. But that's 14 odd, in this case, 16 mouths at the trough who say, look, I have just been as successful as the next guy, make sure that I can get a bigger piece of the pie in terms of a ministerial assignment and so on. It's going to be a tough job for him. But he succeeded with a large majority.
He did it the last time around, so it was increased by 1. But he has told us that he's the Minister for Finance. So definitely that's one out. What else was
So
attached?
we have a victory here in Vieux North for the Labour Party, Moses Jean-Baptiste, against Calix Xavier of the United Workers' Party. It's been a long evening, forgive me if I do some tongue twisters. 27% for Calix Xavier and 72.6% for Moses Jean-Baptiste. And also, since we've been on the air hearing that pre-recorded announcement of the victory speech from the Prime Minister-elect, John Paul Estefan of the Labour Party, victory there over Titus Preville of the United Workers' Party with 58%, 59% roughly of the vote compared to 41.2%. So victory for Labour in Bapino. And again, that
did you announce?
Rosalie, also since we've been on the air, now in the Labour column firmly. Victory for the youth minister, who is going to continue for the time being to be the caretaker of the interests of 25,831 people, whether they voted for him or not. In Gros-Islet, from Correns to Cap Estate, he will be the MP. And Castries North, not yet called for Stevenson King, who is comfortably ahead at this stage of Stephen John Fevrier. Let's have a look at the total votes counted for Castries North. 10 boxes remain of the 30 to be counted, but again, not much change since we were last there. So the slow going in the count in that constituency with Stevenson King in Castries North against Stephen Fevrier. Let's look ahead to some other elections announcements. In the case of Anse-Lorraine Canneries, victory to Rain Girard. So in the since we've been on, we can say now what? I seem to count 10. Hopefully my colleagues can do the math, knowing that my math has always been troublesome.
The foreign minister.
The foreign minister, Alva Romanus Batiste in Labrie, again strongly performing. Labrie for Labour, yet again, with Laura Jean-Pierre.
She's at
only getting
17%, and she has remained there for a very long time.
No, but again, clearly that's going to be called anytime soon with what? Just 4 boxes left to be counted. So we could arguably say that is victory, but it's not yet actually been called. In Dennery South, not yet called. Close run thing still. Paul Prosper, the incumbent, holding on so far. A majority of 89 votes, is that correct?
Yeah, 89.
89 votes against Benson Emile of the United Workers' Party at 48%. So that has not changed, and I suspect that will be declared, however, very quickly once those boxes
come in. There are 123 rejected ballots there.
Now, what would induce somebody to spoil a ballot is always a curiosity for us. People are saying, in some cases, none of the above, so they cross the boxes for all of them. What they call themselves a labo. They're both Labour and Flambeau. So those, it doesn't count. So don't try that the next time you go in behind the curtain of the ballot box, the ballot voting booth. So we have a development coming in of the. Let me just look at the very latest coming in for victory announced for Kenson Casimir, Gros-Islet, at 68.1% of the vote. So he will definitely be going back into the House for Gros-Islet, beating off a meager challenge from the United Workers' Party's Marcella Johnson, with him now ahead by 3,932 votes. So he's outperformed even his best guesstimates. But I'm sure he was the polling on the ground was telling him he was comfortable in Gros-Islet. Again, it has to be said that the nation's largest constituency by far, and one that one would reasonably expect cannot continue to sustain the attention in all parts successfully. Somebody's got to suffer somewhere in Gros-Islet from inattention, and somebody will always complain, well, I didn't get a look in, but over in this part of the constituency, I get attention. But that's for the new government to work out. It has been given, again, a 5-year mandate and a strong performance, a strong victory for the St. Lucia Labour Party. Now, in Micoud South, the lone United Workers' Party seat is in the hands of Alan Chastanet at a lead of 543 votes against Chandra Harak Singh of the Labour Party, and he is on course to holding on there. But it's been a very bad night for the United Workers' Party, not merely in failing to capture government and continuing that anti-incumbency trend, but also completely underperforming even in his own seat, and of course losing a seat as well. What are your thoughts as we go past 6 minutes past 10? Been a very short evening.
It's very, very short. And,
short and sweet to the given the intensity of the campaign.
But you know what's interesting? I started off with our tonight's this panel discussion by, I don't know if you noticed, I constantly reference 1997, the figures from 1997.
Yes, I hear the triumphant sound of "I was right, I was right."
Yes, well,
says Hyacinth, because I mean, and it was not that readily interesting. I mean, even Peter Wickham found it intriguing. I don't quite go there.
Yes.
But so we doff our. You have a future ahead as a psephologist, like the expression, someone who looks at voter trends. You might want to consider doing some work with Peter in that regard. But the point is that yes, this did not at the start of it look like anything but maybe 2021 or with we expected that there would be at least some anti-incumbency that would say, okay, well, we're not going to let you have the whole hog. We have to have a stronger voice of opposition. That has not been the case this day.
Yes, very good point. But I will tell you that based on the mood on the ground yesterday and Saturday evening, to some extent, I got the sense that the voters had made up their minds, and the United Workers' Party was well on its way to being defeated again.
Yes, but you went a little further. Right. And I want to know what it is that said to you, this thing is looking
at 1997.
1997. What gave that away for you?
I guess by looking at the numbers, I went from Gros-Islet all the way down and to Castries South.
But it didn't suggest itself to you on the eve of the election, on the campaigning and so on, and rumbling on the ground.
Well, yes, based on the interaction. Now, interestingly enough, social media, based on what was being shared on, so I'm not a social media, but I do read a lot of the stuff. I laugh and so on, based on what's posted and so on, but I never comment. But I watched the trends. I noticed that, but the Labour Party, give it to them, they had a well organized campaign
and a strong communications machine.
Thank you. Very, very, very strong communications campaign and unit, that is. But I analyzed what was happening in terms of the various constituencies. I was concerned. I made a call to one of my colleagues out in Ansari, not Ansari, Micoud South, because I was somewhat concerned there. But based on the trends and the feedback I was getting, it was quite clear that the St. Lucia Labour Party was headed in that 16-1 direction. So let's see what happens we have a few outstanding boxes in Chastenay's area, the Micoud South constituency. So let's see what happens.
Yes, and again, the horns are blaring all throughout the land. We're getting some of that. We had a whole series of bursts of sirens earlier, as we expected. That was really the Prime Minister-elect being ferried into position to give the announcement and the statement that he made earlier in acknowledging victory. And among the things that he has said he will do, and we have no doubt that he will follow through on that, because every voter, regardless of whether they voted for him or not, will be looking for it. And there's a VAT-free day. He's instructed the permanent secretary to make the arrangements for both that and civil servants for their bonuses. He says, I can assure them, this is the civil servants he's speaking to, that as soon as I guess, well, as Minister of Finance, again, he said, I will instruct the permanent secretary and Minister of Finance and the Secretary of Finance to get the bonus going for the civil service, for the public service of St. Lucia, so that they can rest assured that it happened. And then we work on the VAT-free day. So that was the speech delivered earlier in Victory.
And it's a promise made, and it's the second year where you have civil servants receiving a $500 bonus. The VAT-free day is new. And so it speaks to your 2.5.
Yeah, so the Prime Minister's give and Prime Minister's take away.
Yes, essentially, yes.
Bamano, we can now say, has been declared for John Paul Estefan. All of the votes have been counted. John Paul Estefan of Labour, it's Labour hold for Babino, 58.8% of the vote, and 1,175 vote margin of victory over Titus Preville, the former permanent secretary, who polled 2,747. Once again, John Paul Estefan, 3,922, 3922, in case you wanted to fill it in your column. Complete declaration there, 58.8% of the vote, 1,175 vote margin over Titus Preville of the United Workers' Party with 2,747 votes, or 41.2% of the vote, as the horns continue to sound off outside our studio here in Vibute, as the people are celebrating victory for the St. Lucia Labour Party. To Dennery South, the situation is not yet called, but still a close run thing. No change really there. Where Paul Prosper, the incumbent, is holding on by a mere 89 votes, being challenged by Benson Emile of the United Workers' Party. But it has to be said that 10 of the 14 boxes have been counted. So there's still some work to be done if UWP are to regain a seat, but that looks increasingly unlikely there in Dennery South, given the trends. It's not been a kind of, it's been a marginal seat for quite some time, hasn't it, Jeremy?
Yes, certainly. In fact, the Labour Party, I think, won Dennery South by, 184 last time around. And so, interestingly enough, you had a spoiled ballots at 116.
So spoiled ballots are seemingly spoilers in Dennery South. But I think that it is holding out for Labour thus far. But it's been a situation where, as we said, Babino has been called entirely for
the St. Lucia Labour
Party, with 58 of the 63 boxes victory for Grosile, and in
Vieux-Fort
North, I beg your pardon, Moses Jean-Baptiste, victory there over Calix Xavier of the United Workers' Party. In Vieux-Fort South, Danny Butcher has been re-elected.
Has been elected. First time.
Labour, however, has gained or retained that seat, but elected for Vieux-Fort South. The challenge, a meager one at that, by the United Workers' Party there. In Soufriere, Emma Hippolyte, the Commerce Minister, is back. She is back in at least the House by winning there. And in Chazelle, Keith St. Charles has been declared victor over Bradley Felix in an upset there of the
We've
United
not
Workers'
checked
Party.
Castries Southeast.
But let's
Lisa
have a
is
look.
still-
Let's have a look at Castries South. He's still not called, but increasingly difficult for
Mr.
Guy Joseph
yes.
against the newcomer in elective politics, Lisa Joy Harris. She was the party spokesperson for the Labour Party, and has given
Also senator.
and a senator has been given a shot at elective politics, and is doing extremely
Should
well.
do well. First time.
But again, as we've seen throughout the night, the coattails of the Prime Minister are long.
And again, you're
improving
looking at certainly, and the two areas where two constituencies where, well, three constituencies where candidates were replaced. Barbono, the Labour Party did very well. It has won. You have Choiseul. They moved away from Pauline Antoine Prosper, and now you have Mr. Charles. Right, and then we're looking at Castries Southeast, where Lisa appears to have defeated the former Economic Affairs or Development Minister in the person of Guy Joseph in the previous United Workers' Party administration, who served as Economic Affairs Minister in the Alan Chastney administration.
Right. It's 16 minutes past 10. If you've just joined us, if you've just walked in from out of a cave somewhere in this Fair Helen, you should know that the government has been returned for the first time in a quarter century. The St. Lucia Labour Party under Philip J. Pierre will return to government with an increased majority on all available evidence, already having performed spectacularly with a landslide. It's going to be yet another landslide with, I believe, the wonderful word that you'd want to use, a lagniappe, the extra something for the St. Lucia Labour Party by not only outperforming in each constituency thus far from what we've seen, but also capturing a UWP constituency.
I must tell you that one of the comments that came in was that they're asking, persons are asking that we call all the seats. But it's
so we can have an early night and all go home. I am not in charge of that particular thing, but what I can do for you is once again run the table for you. And in case, again, we're doing it from the top, from Gros-Islet right down to Castries Southeast in the order that we have it here, so that you can get a night's rest, I'm sure. So for Gros-Islet, victory for Labour in Gros-Islet, Kenzen Casimir, the incumbent, defeating Marcella Johnson, prevailing there in Gros-Islet. Babino, victory for Jean-Paul Estefan over Titus Prevost, victory for Labour. Non-incumbency, this is the first time for Jean-Paul Estefan, but holding it for Labour at 59%.
He replaced the former Gender and Labour Minister, Dr. Virginia Poyet. And
so Virginia Poyet can rest comfortably that she's handed over to the man who moved with the slogan. And this is sometimes rare. You know, Esther for all. We've been making little jokes about it, but they're very rare. I can only think of one instance, and that's Antigua, where the late Member of Parliament for St. Peter, Assot Michael, had slogans all across Antigua saying, Assot cares. Yeah. It's very rare that an MP or candidate is going to have his own slogan, but it's worked for him.
And also the Prime Minister had his, Philip cares.
But that's expected. Yeah. You've got Mia cares, you've got you'd expect that from a leader. Very rarely would you see that from a candidate for a seat, but it certainly worked in a constituency like Babino. So for Castries North, again, it's not been called, but it's with 2/3 of the vote. I'm wondering what the holdup is there. For some time,
it's been a while.
It's been 20 of 30 boxes counted. Stevenson King, the incumbent, at 64% of the vote, very comfortably ahead of Stephen Fevrier of the United Workers' Party at 35% of the vote in Castries North. Castries East has been called for the Prime Minister-elect Philippe Joseph Pierre at 78%, outperforming his performance in 2021 against a challenge from Peter Chico of the United Workers' Party with 22.3% of the vote. In Castries Central, Richard Frederick, the independent who caucuses with the Labour Party, is strongly ahead, but not yet been called. But again, just 3 boxes remain. We expect that that will be called for the incumbent, for the independent there in Castries Central. In Castries South, victory. It was an early night for Ernest Hilaire. The tourism minister is back as the MP for Castries South with a comfortable 68 to 32% lead of about 1,700 odd votes for Ernest Hilaire in Castries South. To ancillary canneries we go, and Dominique Fede failing to challenge successfully Wayne Girard of the SLP. That's now been completely declared. Francis Dominic Fede failing to win. Wayne Girard is to return as the Member of Parliament for ancillary canneries. Of the 8,940 total electors, 56% went for Girard and for Labour. To Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte, the Commerce Minister, returning with a full declaration there. Harold Adrian Stanislas did not succeed there, but a challenge of close of 48% to 52%. But again, as we've said it all throughout this evening, Soufrière has generally been a pretty tight thing.
Yes.
180 votes for victory there for Emma Hippolyte. So that's Soufrière. In Chazelle, Keith Charles has been declared the winner, defeating the incumbent, Bradley Felix, and taking the UWP down to just 1 seat in the new Parliament. Keith St. Charles of the Labour Party defeating Bradley Felix. A word about Keith St. Charles, if you would. Not much to say, but a new challenge. But what kind of work would he have been doing for such a new face to defeat a
lot of it at the grassroots level, and again, it's your ability to connect a fresh face for the Labour Party, but he was able to connect with particularly the younger voters there.
So that's Chazelle.
And remember, the constituency of Chazelle has a lot of infrastructural issues, particularly when it comes to roads, and it appears that the government has been making progress in terms of getting them done. Yeah. So that he's the beneficiary of some of the work that started off under a Philip JP administration.
So it's areas such as Saltibus and
yes,
PI
that is correct,
and so on. Okay, so that's the situation with Chazelle, with Keith St. Charles declared the winner there. In Laborie, 15 of the 17 boxes yet to be 15 and 17 have been called. Alva Batiste, the incumbent for Labour, ahead by 1,747 votes. We can pretty much call that Labour hold in Laborie. It's a
shellacking though.
Yeah.
She has not gotten to 20%.
Not yet. And with 2 boxes left, completely impossible. So that soon will have a tick for the Labour Party there. That's the case of Laborie. And again, a stronghold. The means have already started to come in. I can't comment on them. I won't want to turn you away from your screens, but you can expect a rich vein of humor in the tradition of democracy alive and well in this part of the world, where in other parts of the world, people take each other's lives over a joke. We've got a lot to be thankful for in this beautiful part of the world known as the Eastern Caribbean, and especially in the Helen of the West.
So for Lisa GR here, we're at 90%.
This is at Castries Southeast,
yes.
With just 4 boxes left. Guy Joseph is under severe pressure, so much so that we can pretty much suggests that Lisa Joey here will be.
So it has been
here.
called.
It's been called?
Yes. So the St. Lucia Labour Party retains the Castries South East seat.
So we've got to, I hope someone will help me keep tabs of the remaining ones to be called. But according to my screen, you said Castries Southeast is
In the
has
Labour
been
Party,
called,
yes.
for Labour. Lisa Joey here, again, a young female, and again we talked about this earlier. Someone who has been able to, on the face of it, mount a campaign that was very woman friendly for somebody who many people considered to be quite a turnoff as a brash person. But again, some of the statements that he made might have proven to be the death for him as the UWP candidate for Castries Southeast.
Dennery South.
Now, to Dennery South, is, according to what I have, it's not yet been called, but there's just 4 boxes left. He's ahead by 89 votes. It's Paul Prosper, the incumbent for Labour, being challenged by Benson Emile of the United Workers' Party in Dennery South. There are about 5,507 electors there. And we want to suggest that on current form, it's going to be close, but likely Labour for Dennery South. And just up the road in Dennery North, Sean Edward, earlier in the evening, the Education Minister has been rewarded for his policies in education under the First Among Equals as Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre. Sean Edward is going to return to the House of Assembly as a member for Dennery North.
Last time around, he won by 281, and now he's 766.
That's complete count there. So he's won by 766 votes.
Yes.
So again, throughout the evening, we've seen the Labour Party candidates outperforming their 2021, or the Labour Party itself performing above expectation, above previous performance in 2021. Now, View 4 South has been called officially and declared for Danny Butcher of the Labour Party a victory by 2,419 votes over Liana Johannes Paul of the United Workers' Party with 1,145 votes. And that was not in doubt for the evening. At no point did Liana Johannes Paul really challenge Danny Butcher.
But Danny Butcher outperformed Dr. Anthony there. Dr. Anthony won last time around by 1563 to Danny, and Danny's up. He's at 2419.
So View 4 South is very much in Labour, and clearly Danny Butcher has a future in that constituency.
Yes.
So that's been declared with all of the seats. 24 polling districts have been counted. View 4 South. Earlier, we told you that Babino went to
the St. Lucia Labour Party.
St. Lucia Labour Party with John Paul Estefan with 60-odd%, 59% of the vote. That's been declared fully for Labour in Babino. So we've got Grosile, I beg your pardon, Grosile Kenson Casimir, again victorious as the incumbent, as the youth minister, youth and sports and development, community development. Marcella Johnson of the United Workers' Party not gaining traction at all throughout the evening. Really a romp for Labour in Grosile. A word or
well, the last candidate for the United Workers' Party in Grosile was able to garner 5,000 votes, and she's not there yet.
This is, you mean, right, in all, the 34. Now, pictures of Mibosla, the Prime Minister-elect of St. Lucia, going down Jeremy Street moments ago among throngs of the St. Lucia party faithful, while on the screen you see Kenzen Casimir has taken Grosile for the St. Lucia Labour Party. So in a moment we will just have a look at the scenes just moments ago with the Prime Minister-elect in Jeremy Street in Castries Central. So the scenes just moments ago.
There he is. There's Ernest in there in the background.
A long campaign, even though short period, but a very long and intense
campaign. Yes.
And I know you've spoken a lot about the young 71-year-old, but at any age, it's going to take a toll. I think that we can look back on this day as quite an extraordinary day, not the least for the people of St. Lucia. For every election cycle since 2001, the people of St. Lucia have said, we've had enough of you and your term, let's try something else. And they went back and forth between the St. Lucia Labour Party and United Workers' Party. And for the very first time, in scenes not seen since 1997, according to your early prediction coming true, that the Labour Party has broken that fever of swing back and forth between the two parties and is settling, and very strongly so, for the St. Lucia Labour Party and bringing them back into government. And with a cast of both young and female MPs who one will expect will reinvigorate that party. Meanwhile, in the United Workers' Party, early questions posed by us, we are utterly unimportant in the scheme of things, but our poll watchers, earlier Peter Wickham, asking, and of course Jeremiah Hyacinth, asking serious questions about the future of the United Workers' Party now under the leadership of Alan Chastanet, who's failed in this attempt, but not only failed, one has to say failed spectacularly, by losing his other parliamentary colleague and barely scraping home himself in comparison to his previous performance. It's not that he got home by 2 or 3 votes, but the point is that he underperformed himself in his own constituency in this Micoud South. So, in Babonneau, victory and declaration for Jean-Paul Estefan over Titus Preville for Labour. Is there a seat that we haven't really looked at yet? Lisa Jabahir has been called now for Castries Southeast.
Labrie has been called for the foreign minister.
Dennery North has been called for the Education Minister, Sean Edward. Dennery South, not yet called. Again, we've been talking about that earlier. Micoud North has been called for Jeremiah Norbert by 606 votes against Elisha Norbert of the United Workers' Party, who got 42.4% of the vote in Micoud North. In Miku South again, Alan Chastanet ahead by 543 votes. Just 2 boxes are left there. He's expected to win, but on current form seems to be underperforming for Miku South. And we've been talking a lot about his performance and seeming unpopularity generally at the national level.
And it took its toll there.
Indeed. In Vieux Fort North, it's been called for Moses Jean-Baptiste declaration, victory for Moses Jean-Baptiste as he returns with 1,512 vote margin of victory. So he polled 2,444 votes against Calix Xavier, United Workers' Party of 932 votes, a 72.4% to 27.6% showing for the 7,000 odd electors of Vieux Fort North. In Vieux Fort South, Danny Butcher has been elected for the Labour Party with 75% of the vote, leaving one would expect a smile on the face of the former Prime Minister. Dr. Kenny Anthony for Labour, and Leanna Johannes Paul at no point really showing much of a challenge there. The victory margin for Danny Butcher is 2,419 votes in Vieux Fort South. Then across the way to Alva Batiste, the foreign minister, or external affairs minister as he's called in St. Lucia. He is 82,006 vote victory for him. That's been completely declared for Alva Romanos Batiste of the Labour Party, 81% of the vote. So what have we got left that has not yet been declared?
Castries Central.
Castries Central is still remarkably, there's 3 boxes left. So Castries Central still to be called. And just a quick run through of those votes when last we were with our valiant heroes of politics. Rosh Clark of the United Workers' Party, polling 946 votes so far, a meager 31% of the vote, against Richard Frederick, the incumbent, the independent, who caucuses with Labour, ahead by 912 votes, currently at 1,858, call it a 60% share of the vote. Stanley Felix, the independent, decent showing with 9% of the vote, 290 votes. No, nothing to sneeze at there. And should Richard Frederick ever hang up his hat in elective politics, he might not do so badly if he were to hand over the baton to Stanley Felix. But that's all conjecture. What's reality is that Richard Frederick will in all probability be the Member of Parliament for Castries Central, if only we could get the returning officer to say so. He has not been able to do that because just 3 boxes remain. 87.5% of the votes have been counted. Earlier, we talked about Ancillary Canneries, where Rain Girard of Labour has been able to hold on, and comfortably so, by 592 votes, with 56% of the share of the vote, over 44% by Dominique Fede of the United Workers' Party, with 2,154 votes. Across the road in Emma Hippolyte's territory, it remains very much so for the Commerce Minister. Incumbent has held on by 180 votes. We always said it was going to be a close
one, yes.
It has been close in her career, and there's no secret there. Soufriere has always been very, very closely aligned for many years, really, with the United Workers' Party, though. And so it's never been really solidly counted in Labour territory.
Emma Hippolyte ought not to be counted out. She won in Gros-Islet during her first stint as a politician by 7 votes. Then she moved to, she lost in 2016. She came back in 2021, won by 65 votes. And there she is won by 180.
So she does the work in the on the ground in the constituency from what you gather.
She's a hard-working campaigner.
Yeah. So Harold Stanislas' challenge will remain just that, a challenge, with 2,442 votes, 48.2% of the vote, and losing by 180 votes there to Emma Hippolyte in Soufriere. Now, in Choiseul, victory for Keithson Charles, defeating the incumbent Bradley Felix of the United Workers' Party. 2,517 votes did Felix poll, but losing by 424 votes to Keithson Charles, 2,941 votes, or 54% of the vote for Labour. So that's a Labour gain in Choiseul. In the map now is really filling out with one sole bar of yellow. That's the United Workers' Party there in Micoud South. We've just got the Heartland constituencies still to be called, and Castries Central from all accounts. That's still to be called, but let's see, where are we trying to find a constituency that's not yet
Castries North.
Castries North, where
Stevenson King is ahead.
and 65% of the vote.
He's the winner.
He needs to somehow lose by only about 1,500 or so votes, and that's not likely with just 4 boxes left to be counted in Castries North.
But it's interesting, Castries North, last time around, he won by 2,144 votes. So the United Workers' Party, interestingly enough, is up by 3 votes. Last time around, they were at 1,530.
Right.
So what has happened there? Let's see.
Well, you've got from my count, you've got
because we're already at 86.7. So it's
you've got at least those about 10,000 votes counted, or
so he's down.
But we're not doubting that
he will definitely win, but the margin of victory is not as great as 2021.
That's the outlier so far this evening.
Yeah.
Really. Okay, so let's then move to, we've been in Castries North, we've been in Castries Central. I'm getting a message here on Castries North.
It has been called.
And it's been called now for Stevenson King.
Yes.
90% of the vote. So it's not a full declaration, but we're calling it for Stevenson King now for the independent, the incumbent, who caucuses with Labour. 66% of the vote share, and ahead at 1544, but we can now call Castries North for the independent. The other independent in the lane, as it were, Castries Central, Richard Frederick, that situation, we are wondering when that will be announced, because that is nearing the 90% threshold in terms of votes counted. So far, Richard Frederick has almost 60% of the vote, and he's ahead by 912 votes, with 946 votes counted for Rosh Clark of the UWP, Stanley Felix 290. And now we have declaration of victory in Dennery South for...
Truly a nail biter there.
It was indeed. And what a nail biter it has been. For Paul Alfred Prosper of the Labour Party has won re-election by the handsome total of 39 votes against the challenge by Benson Valens Emile of the United Workers' Party with 1,456 votes. How does that track with what happened in Dennery South
Last
in
year
2021?
he was at 184, Alfred Prosper won by 184 votes.
So he's won, but an even tighter margin of victory there. So that's the latest now from Dennery South. Declaration of victory for Paul Prosper of the Labour Party against Benson Emile of the United Workers' Party, 50.7% to 49.3%. But that works out to only about 39 votes there. So that's the latest that we have for the constituencies. And interestingly enough, that in the case of this last constituency in Dennery, the agriculture minister just holding on by the skin of his teeth. Could that speak to challenges that he might have had while a minister of looking after his own patch?
Yeah, and but we have quite a few sports votes there, though.
So would you consider them protest votes?
I don't know. Could be protest votes, but
there's still a little bit of that rebellious throw the
bombs
up.
100%.
67 votes are rejected. That's Dennery North.
Dennery North. So we go to Dennery South. I think Dennery South is 133.
Why would 133 people feel the need to send a message, don't count my vote, is remarkable. But that's also part of the democratic process. You have a right, technically speaking,
for a recount, as you were suggesting.
It could be an opportunity for a recount in a 39 vote margin, absolutely.
But last election, we had a candidate who lost by 2 votes. Was it last election? I think it was. But I think it was 2016. In
2016?
No. 2016, we had a candidate who lost by 2 votes.
And there was a recount?
It was 2011.
Oh.
2 votes and decided not to
recount.
So let's see. There was Ezekiel Joseph. Let's see. I'll get it.
Okay.
2011.
So Dennery South is very much absolutely. 2,947 for Labour, 2,945, and that's really remarkable in that he didn't ask for, that's 2011. Yeah. You think this is recount territory here?
Certainly.
133
rejected ballots. Yeah, it definitely calls for a recount there.
So Benson Emile may yet have a life, he may think, if he challenges the result there in Dennery, and the possibility that Paul Prosper may be facing a recount there. But on the face of it, he has won by 39 votes. Not 2, but 39.
39.
And but again, the number of ballots that have been rejected by the returning officer, 133. So they will ask, obviously, in the recount to look at each one of those 133 ballots, in addition to all of the others, to suggest whether they're cast validly for one or the other, or will remain spoiled, as as the phrase goes, rejected by the system. So again, we've got the map filling out, and it's just a sea of red, and just one central constituency to be called. So we can call it a night here as the 9th Prime Minister of this country will be sworn in tomorrow, and he will be Philip J. Pierre, the 8th Prime Minister of St. Lucia, who has handily won re-election in this general election of 2025, and a historic landslide victory for him, for he has been able to end the incumbency curse that all previous administrations have faced since 2001. Now, the one that we're talking about that has not yet been called is Castries Central. And Castries Central has just 9,104 votes. And at this stage, Richard Frederick is leading by
912 votes.
It's not likely that could be returned. I think the headlines for tomorrow, or the job of the reporters for tomorrow, not for us tonight, is what happens in Dannery South with the recount.
Yeah.
But definitely, it would appear that that's the last outlier, and that's Castries Central.
Interestingly enough, in 1997, when the Labour Party won its 16-1, had its 16-1 victory, the Castries Central seat was the first seat to be called in favor of the Labour Party by Sarah Flood Bobra. At the time, she was Sarah Flood,
Yes.
and she defeated Vaughan Lewis. Let's see by how many votes. Castries Central,
The historic
49 votes.
49 votes.
And it was the first seat, and now the last, we're waiting
The
on.
last. And 1997 was extraordinary. Again, I mean, Vaughan Lewis thought himself safe as houses, stronghold of the United Workers' Party, going back 40 years, and loses it.
But it speaks to the danger when you impose someone on the voters. Now, look at Chastney, Alan Chastney, for example. Alan Chastney ran in Soufrière and was defeated, and then decided to move over to Micoud South, where he replaced a very popular Arson James, who is now deceased. And you have what happened with, it's the very same thing. Vaughan Lewis was imposed on the voters in Castries Central and went on to be defeated by Sarah Flood, who was a new face on the block.
Absolutely, but also had a strength of personality, and clearly was somebody that I'm sure a lot of the young men of 1997 felt, oh, this is an interesting MP. Our MPs up to that point were extremely aging, dour men, and here comes this young woman. And since then, we've had other young women who followed in her footsteps and gained traction in St. Lucian politics. And that we need to talk about, the fact that that pendulum has swung away from the male-dominated politics. And do you see down the road a female prime minister? You know, Gail Rigobert came close enough in terms of leadership and so on, but in terms of prime ministership, in your lifetime,
I think I see it happening, but look, we had a record number of female candidates this time around. So yes, it's quite possible. But the concern that I have is, you know, when one wants to be the leader of a party and goes to what is considered a stronghold, and it is quite possible that it has backfired on the United Workers' Party, and this time around they did pretty well. The Labour Party did pretty well in Micoud South, where you have a and I think earlier today I spoke to Sarah Flood, being from Deriso, and she defeated Vaughan Lewis, who was the then Prime Minister. And then there you have Ashanda Lee Harricksing, who was from Deriso and who was on the verge of defeating an Alan Chastney.
Pretty strong challenge.
Pretty strong challenge. She did put on
for a first timer.
Yes, and a formidable candidate, young, brilliant doctor, and whose mother, who's not doing well, but is around to see
her
her
challenge and a creditable showing at the polls.
It is.
6 minutes away from 11 o'clock, we've got just that one seat ready to call,
and
that's Castries Central, where Richard Frederick is very much ahead of Ross Clark of the United Workers' Party. Richard Frederick, the charismatic holder of the independent seat there, a big figure.
He identifies himself as independent Labour. I remember we had a situation where Stanley Felix, from all indication, he's a member of the St. Lucia Labour Party, he says, and so identified in some quarters himself as a independent Labour candidate. But and went on to get the endorsement of a former prime minister, and that did not help him there. But Richard Frederick appears to have been victorious again.
Spare a thought, though, in our remaining moments for this, for something which, despite all of the victory and the cheering, the patting on the back and so on, long prime minister coattails and so on, spare a thought for, again, it's talked about the electorate, for voter turnout. Let me run the table for you. In Gros-Islet, voter turnout, 47.81%. In Babonneau, 48.31%.
Is that final?
That's final. These are the finals. In the case of Stevenson King, 42% of the 12,706 electors turned out. We are looking at a situation where it's clear, yes, that there's victory for the Labour Party, but a whole lot of people decided, I'm not showing up.
But it's interesting that you're saying this. Based on what I saw, the excitement was there. I thought it would have translated into an increase in...
campaigns and dancing and cheering and going and standing in that long line and casting a ballot, knowing in your heart you think this is not going to change, is a very strong impulse just to stay away from the polls. And if the UWP has failed to excite the voters to come out and contribute to a swing against the government, then that would also explain why the voter turnout, as it stands now, seems to be in the area of the low to high 40s.
Which is not...
how does that...
Let's see, when was the last time we had a low 40s?
The highest turnout I've seen so far has been in the case of Dennery North, 52.6%. Dennery South, 56% of the vote. Micoud North, 50.46% turnout. Micoud South, 43.75% in Alan Chastenay's victorious campaign. In Vieux-Fort North, 47.90%. Vieux-Fort South, 48.56%. Even in Labrie, where the foreign minister held on, and it was a strong response.
But he doubled his
performance.
Yes.
But from what I see here, according to these figures, 40.57% voter turnout. That's what I'm seeing, according based on the base of 7,996. And of course, these are the.
Do we have the popular vote numbers? Not as yet.
The popular vote is as follows. The St. Lucia Labour Party, 48,224, or 56.14% of the vote. The United Workers' Party, 31,893 votes, 37.13% of the vote. The National Congress Party, just 40 votes, marginal, negligible, 0.05, and the independents between them, 5,736, or 6.7% of the vote. So that's the situation then, and of course...
But the Labour Party increased its numbers this time around. And in 2021, they were at almost 44,000.
So again, the party's performed very well. There's been a landslide, but a smaller number, based on what we're seeing here, fewer and fewer people are choosing to exercise the franchise. And that must be of concern for both political parties in St. Lucia.
What was the United Workers' Party again?
The United Workers' Party, the popular vote, so far, 31,893. Yeah. How does that chart with 2021?
They were at 42%. Okay. And so they had, 37,000.
So people en masse seem to have stayed away from the UWP. UWP supporters just said, I'm not turning up. It's clear. And the St. Lucia Labour Party base seems sufficiently fired up to show up. And that's not usually the case. It's usually the situation where low voter turnout very often favor incumbents. Because, but that is not the case here. well, in the sense that it's United Workers' Party that has suffered heaviest from that lack of support. So that's the popular vote.
2021, we were at 49.86%.
41
for turnout.
Okay. That's clearly a minority of people voting your government. But that's a story for another day. For now, we can tell you that Philip J. Pierre has more than the man with the popular nickname of Pip has done more than Pip past the post. He has romped to victory.
And he's no longer a mystery.
Again, no mystery there. And even he would have to concede that he's no longer, there's nothing mysterious about
him. Yes,
he's been able to turn the tables in an historic re-election, something that has not happened, that word has not been used in this century at all until this day. As we've approached 1 minute past 11 with 1 hour, with 59 minutes left on this first day of December 2025. So that's the last constituency to be called. That's Castries Central. Just quickly to let you know that Richard Frederick is ahead by 912 votes. Rush Clark of the United Workers' Party at 946 votes, or 31% of the vote. Stanley Felix with a creditable 10% share, or near 10% share, as an independent, polling 290 votes thus far. The National Congress Party's Andrea Robert Matthew with just 11 votes. We will run through the entire results once again to give you a sense of where we are as a result of this general election called this first day of December 2025. If you've just joined us, the United Workers' Party has failed to recapture government. The St. Lucia Labour Party has succeeded in taking government yet again in an historic, not only a repeat, but an improvement on its 2021 performance. Here is the state of play, the balance of power for the House of Assembly, beginning in Gros-Islet. Victory to the youth minister, the incumbent, Kenzen Casimir, with 68% of the vote, a 4,314 vote win over Marcelo Johnson of the United Workers' Party. Kenzen Casimir was very confident that he was going to be able to sneak past by 3,000 votes. He's romped with 4,314 votes, a very healthy turnout for him in an election that otherwise featured 48% of the electorate. That's in Gros-Islet. In Babonneau, Jean-Paul Estefan, 59% of the vote, a 1,171 vote victory over Titus Preville, the former permanent secretary for the United Workers' Party, with 2,747 votes, I beg your pardon, 59% of the vote to 41.2%. That's Babonneau, Labour, and a newcomer in the case of Jean-Paul Estefan. In the case of Castries North, we can now call and declare that Stephenson King, the former Prime Minister, the independent candidate, will return to the House of Assembly as the Member of Parliament for Castries North. All of the seats, all of the boxes, I beg your pardon, have been counted, and Stephenson King has won by 2/3 of the vote. Even Stephen, 1,763 votes ahead of Stephen Jean Février of the United Workers' Party, 1,722. So a 2-1 victory for Stephenson King. Very quickly, how does that track with 2021?
For the former Prime Minister?
Yeah, in 2000 and 2025 to 2021. How did he do?
Yes. Okay. So he's down. Stevenson King won by 2,144 votes in 2021.
And how did the UWP perform in that?
1,500. They got 1,500. Well, 1,530 votes.
So they have benefited
Slightly.
The Gianna Matthew of the National Congress Party, 29 votes. Marcella Steed, independent, 33 votes. So among the independents in that constituency has shown the best so far. Brenda Edwin, the other independent candidate.
I think Brenda Edwin is a member of the United Workers' Party, or was.
Right. Represented on the ballot paper
as an independent candidate.
As an independent candidate with the SAW. And moving ahead to Castries East, where the incumbent, who just happens to be the premier-elect, the Prime Minister-elect of St. Lucia, winning by 2,866 votes in a low voter turnout event, 41% of the vote, but comfortably romping ahead of Peter Dennis-Chico of the United Workers' Party with just 22% of the vote, 1,148 votes.
So he increased it by 1,000 votes.
Extraordinary performance there for a sitting Prime Minister. And also, in the case of Castries Central, once again, that now is yet, from what I see here, let me just do a quick refresh. Richard Frederick is ahead by 912 votes. We're just awaiting that constituency to be called. But we expect that will go to Richard Frederick, 1,858 votes, ahead by 912, about 60% of the vote, ahead of Rosh Nishak Clark of the United Workers' Party with 946 votes. And the gentleman whose symbol was the spoon on the ballot paper, Stanley Felix, the independent candidate with 290 votes. Not a bad showing by him. We'll see if he can get to the 10% threshold when the other three boxes are counted. The one outlier this evening so far is Castries Central. Castries South went to Labour again, and that was Ernest Hilaire, the tourism minister, winning by 1,709 votes. A larger turnout there, 50% of the vote turned out. Tommy Descartes, however, failed to overwhelm Ernest Hilaire and polled 1,519 votes.
So he underperformed there. Last time in 2025.
Compared to 2021.
21, sorry, yes.
So 32% thereabouts for Tommy Descartes for that challenge by The Economist against the cricket administrator and business executive and tourism minister.
And former High Commissioner to London.
And High Commissioner and diplomat. So from there we go to Ancillary Canaries, where Wayne Gerard, the incumbent, Labour hold by 592 votes, a 56% share of the vote, challenged as he was by Dominic Fede of the United Workers' Party with 2,154 against 2,746, a 44% share for Dominic Fede, with a turnout of 55%. A healthy turnout in Ancillary Canaries, benefiting Wayne Gerard. In Soufrière, Emma Hippolyte, the Commerce Minister, has been returned, and narrowly so, by 180 votes, ahead of Harold Adrian Stanislaus of the United Workers' Party, 52% of the vote to 48% of the vote for Emma Hippolyte. And in Choiseul, Keystone Charles, Labour gain, as Bradley Felix is defeated by 424 votes. Keystone Charles polled 2,941 votes for 54% of the tally, as against Bradley Felix's 2,517 votes or 46% of the votes cast. From Chazelle to Labrie, Labour romping to victory with a low voter turnout of barely 41%. But still, Alva Batiste, the foreign minister, has been returned with 2,006 votes against Laura Romina Jean-Pierre of the United Workers' Party, only polling 90% of the vote, 606 ballots cast for her and for the UWP. In View 4 South, Danny Butcher has delivered the goods for the old candidate and former Prime Minister, Dr. Kenny Anthony, winning 75% of the vote, a very healthy response and a very resounding victory for him against Liana Johannes Paul. Liana Paul polled 1,145 votes, merely 24.2% of the vote. In View 4 North, Moses Jean-Baptiste polled 72% of the vote, 1,512 votes ahead of Calix Jean Xavier of the United Workers' Party with 932 votes. And that's the situation in View 4 North. In Micoud South, Alain Chassenet has won by 673 votes, 58.6% of the votes cast. Chandali Harak Singh of the Labour Party, a creditable performance, first time out at the polls, but only polling 1,619 votes, 41.4% of the vote. Compared to 2021, how did the former Prime Minister do?
The former Prime Minister was at 2,303 to the St. Lucia Labour Party's 1,657.
So he's lost ground there. Even as he's won the seat. In Micoud North, in the Battle of the Norberts, as I've called it all evening, 57.4% of the vote went to the Labour Party's Jeremiah Norbert. Elisha Norbert challenged him for the United Workers' Party, but polled only 1,715 votes. And that's a margin of victory of 606 votes for Labour in Micoud North. In Dennery South, victory by the narrowest of margins this evening.
39.
Paul Alfred Prosper of the Labour Party, 50.7% of the vote to Benson Emile's 49.3% of the vote, but that really means a 39 vote victory. 1,495 to Prosper, 1,456 to Emile for the United Workers' Party, and for Prosper, a 39 vote margin in a constituency where 133 votes were rejected by the returning officer, would suggest to me that if he so feels, he may consider himself entitled to a recount in Dennery South. But as we've seen before, it is no necessary indication that that will be the case, because
finally,
that's the case. Now, I can now tell you that we have in Castries Central, with 95.8%, we can now, of the votes counted, we can now call it for Richard Frederick. Not a firm declaration, but with just one last box to go, a mathematical impossibility for anybody to challenge him, ahead by 1,009 votes at 59.6%. A hardcore Castries man through and through, city councillor and an extremely powerful figure in politics, who has suffered at the hands, he would argue, of his former party and now canvasses
with the same St. Lucia Labour Party. He identifies himself as an independent Labour. Now, he is won by, you said 1,000?
Well,
last time around, he won by 665 votes.
Well, so he's outperformed.
Yes,
and again, just one box has been counted, but we can now declare that. But the turnout so far 38%. I think it's the lowest turnout of all of the seats I've seen so far this evening.
Where, in Castries Central?
In Castries Central, at 38.35 thus far. Can't really go beyond 38%, maybe 39% before all the votes are counted. But there we are. The balance of power in the House of Assembly, when it is recalled and led in the chamber, both chambers, by the Governor General to deliver the throne speech. Whenever that grand day comes, it will read as follows. For so far, from what we can tell, the St. Lucia Labour Party will have 14 seats. The Independents, who caucus with Labour, will have 2 seats, and 1 seat will be held by the party leader of the United Workers' Party, Alan Chassenet. And Victor, in this election, strongly so, and again, rejecting the conventional wisdom that St. Lucians always vote out their incumbents, has been Philip Joseph Pierre at age 71. And as Jeremiah has been saying all evening, a young 71. I don't know what medical basis he has for that, but you can see for himself. And he delivered his acceptance speech. And as I suggested to you, you wouldn't expect a concession speech from Alan Chassenet, and if we'll have him do his own, I'm sure, internal postmortem, at which he may or may not announce what his future will be in the United Workers' Party. But come this time, tomorrow still, we will have the 9th Prime Minister, who is the 8th Prime Minister, having been sworn in, and then he will go on to name his cabinet, who will be duly sworn in the...
But he has indicated that he's the finance minister.
and again, in a strong Eastern Caribbean tradition, holding on to that portfolio. And again, he's had something to show for it in terms of the management of the economy, in terms of the fiscal position of the country, in terms of tweaking and also delivering on a number of promises he made, particularly to civil servants, for bonuses and so on, and to be paid on time, but also to make sure that the rest of the country has been looked after in areas such as education and healthcare, especially. And that, above all, would you not say, has been the real leading light for this administration. It has been health and getting that hospital sorted.
And he remember last time around, he said that I will complete the hospital, and that he did. And so it's he has delivered. And I think, speaking to what you said, healthcare will be in the forefront. I get the sense that it will be in the forefront because now you have to get the hospital commissioned, and there's a lot of work to be done. And health and sports too, because now the stadium will be handed over to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and of course it has to be renovated. But I get the sense that during the campaign, particularly when you listen to the talk shows, you get the sense that healthcare was certainly one of the critical issues and on the minds of our voters. And so it's something that of course the Prime Minister takes note, and as I said, I get the sense that healthcare will be one of the issues that he will seek to put in the forefront.
So it's 19 minutes past 11 here in St. Lucia, and we are at the end of our coverage here of the general election of 2025. Your final thoughts, Jeremiah Hyacinth, as you look back at this election campaign, look forward to what the new government, the old government, returning to power in a historic fashion, ending the incumbency jinx for political party. How do you see what's happened in these last several hours and looking ahead?
I think that the Prime Minister has made a case, him along with the team, the folks around him, as to the reason why. And I think when you get into when you seek public office, Your goal is to provide evidence and tangible evidence that your ideas are in fact working. And so and in his case, he presented us with a report card. And so you judge me by my performance. And he said it repeatedly. I know that I've performed, and hence the reason why I spoke to his speech last evening. He knows that he has delivered. It's up to you, the voter, to give me the opportunity to continue. And the voters listened to him and chose him over Alan Shaste. And so I look forward to this new administration. I think that the mantra of putting people first, knowing the Philip J. Pierre that I know, that and his team, I think St. Lucia, I dare say, is in good hands.
And a word now on the United Workers' Party. Where do you go from
the
here?
United Workers' Party has to figure it, and it's surprising that they had not figured that there was an issue based on all of what is being said, that the leader is toast, and at the end of the day, it's something that they will have to decide moving forward. Do you continue with him? I'm not in a position to tell the United Workers' Party what to do, but it's quite clear that and I get the sense that based on the young candidates, the Tommy Descott and Peter, Favier, what's his first name?
Stephen John Favier.
Stephen John Favier, and a few others, that they were heading in that direction. I get the sense that they saw it coming, that they would have been defeated, and it was an opportunity for them to get rid of their leader. Yes, it's quite clear that based on what is being said, I think that their thinking was it's an opportunity for us to turn the page and for us to start afresh. And they've been given the opportunity, and it's up to the leader to decide how he moves forward as the head of the Labour. Now that he has won his seat in Mico South.
And as we leave you, we can tell you now that Richard Frederick has been declared the next member of parliament, being the previous member of parliament for Castries Central, with 1,069 votes, having all of the boxes being counted, 59.5% of the votes cast for him, and Rosh Clark of the United Workers' Party polling nearly 30% of the vote, with Stanley Felix getting to the 10% margin with 369 votes. So he shall feel himself a victor of sorts for his night as an independent within an independent.
So it means that he gets to his deposit back. Is that correct?
What matters is that he's deposited some measure of support, so that should Richard Frederick say, I'm going to
throw in the towel,
he could rightly claim, even with this 369 votes, in the context of independent politics, it's still a quite sizable figure for a constituency that only had an even 40% turnout. But that is a story for another day, the election turnout and what that means for the democracy. But it has worked in this country today, and it has worked spectacularly well for the administration of Philip J. Pierre. It is left to the people of St. Lucia to determine whether the next general election, constitutionally due now in 2030, will be a return for the Labour Party or an emergence from the doldrums for the United Workers' Party. That is entirely a matter of the future, over which we have no right to predict. It is up to the people to speak, as they have done this day. For Jeremiah Hyacinth, thank you again for your sterling performance and calling it as you saw it, and making a bold prediction of this route to victory for the St. Lucia Labour Party. And for all of us here at the St. Lucia Times, thank you for joining us, and enjoy the rest of an early evening. It's good night from all of us.
Yeah, na 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 na. What boy? Yeah, what boy? What boy? The sun is hot, the breeze is slow. I need a ride. Where do I go? Ride, go. Yeah, that's the name. Island roads will never feel the same. Tap the app, just one click, hopping fast, it's real quick. Right, go, where do you wanna go? To the beach, to the street, let the island flow. Right, go, the good vibe show, fastest growing ride, everybody know. Right, go, where do you wanna go? To the beach, to the street, let the island flow. Right, go, let the good vibe show, fastest growing ride, everybody know.
Where do you want to go? There's a new way to move in Grenada. Ride Go. Ride Go is here. Ride Go. Where do you want to go?